She asked if she had to lean forward to the mic. I said, no, these mics pick up everything.
Yeah. That's right.
Not as bad as the fire station.
Thank you. Welcome to the November 16th school board meeting. I'd like to begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Are there any changes to the agenda?
There were a few links that were livened up, but that's
Okay.
marked in red so that you see it there. And I didn't know we had our student rep joining tonight. I've been on Mr. McDonough
Kind of a
for
late thing.
months, so I'm
Sorry
glad you
about
could
that.
join us. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for
Emma Ducharme. Summary of non-public actions from November 2nd, 2022. Mrs. Ames made a motion to approve the non-public minutes of October 19th, 2022. Mr. Cutter seconded. The motion carried 5-0-0. And that brings us to presentations and recognitions from Mr. Dan Mitchell, the GMS principal, and Mrs. Sandy McMullen. Sandra? Thanks.
Excellent. Thank you. So just a couple of updates since we last met. A few weeks ago on October 28th, we had our Scarecrow Jamboree and our Pumpkin Fest, PTO Pumpkin Fest. And Scarecrow Jamboree was the 40th anniversary, so actually we brought Mrs. Cullen Kent out of retirement to give her a special recognition. And while there are no records, there's no record book, we had over 85 scarecrows, and it was the largest number of individual and team scarecrows that anyone could remember. So it was a very well attended, and then Pumpkin Fest, the weather couldn't have been more perfect. So thank you for the PTO for pulling that together. Just last week we had, I would say, a successful parent-teacher conference session between Monday night and then Tuesday all day. The doors were constantly going and traffic was back and forth. And again, we thank the PTO for putting on a very nice meal, which turned into a nice lunch the next day and a little bit of breakfast in between. So that went through. And then last Thursday, we had our Veterans Day recognition, the first in 3 years. So the first that I had. And so as part of that, we invited local veterans to attend, local and kind of anyone connected to GMS veterans. And we had, I would say, about 65 veterans attend that event. And as part of the Veterans Day recognition, we started what we're calling the GMS Wall of Heroes. And so we asked a few weeks ago, start back to people could submit a picture and profile of a veteran that is either connected to Litchfield or GMS in any way. And so right now we have over 100 veterans up on our wall. That, through a generous donation, gave us some money to kind of continue that idea. And so we have the Wall of Heroes that will go up every month, the month of November every year. But we actually have, we had money to start an idea, which was to also create a plaque so that it will stay there forever. And so we priced that out, and as of last Thursday, we were halfway there to the plaque. As of yesterday morning, we had surpassed the amount. So the plaque has been ordered. And also, we have a little bit more, and we will continue to kind of solicit donations, not too hardly, but what we need to come up with is a fund to kind of sustain that. So for instance, the reason being, the plaque that we're going to purchase has 160 name plates on it. We have 101, but we suspect as this wall grows, we'll add names to it. And so every name, just to give everyone a sense, that little tiny name thing costs $13 to engrave. So that way, if we have a little bit of seed money, we have that account, then as veterans come in the years, that we won't have to try to go and find the $13 per plaque. We have some money that they can go on the wall and instantly become the plaque. So I can pass it around. The best picture I could have has two, but if you look here, you'll see it's a large, it looks like a flag, has an eagle, and we can have a name plaque, and then you'll see that.
How many names does that hold?
That holds 160. And again, so hopefully by having that, that sustainability fund, we can pay for the additional ones that come in, and then hopefully, ideally, at some point in the near future, in the next couple of years, we get over 160, and if we can add a second plaque, we already have the money ready, and it's easy to go. So, like I said,
that
through
for
a
people
couple
who-
of very generous donations, it was amazing how quickly we got to that point where we were able to make it happen.
Is that for people who are veterans that lived in this town, or family members of people who went to GMS?
Both. So what was put out was veterans who are in any way connected to Litchfield or GMS. And so I invite you, they'll be out for the rest of the month. If you're nearby, come and look, and you're going to see some local veterans worked with the Litchfield Veterans Group too, so they sent them in, not necessarily connected to GMS, but connected to the town. And then you're going to see a lot of great uncle of, great grandfather of, father of, and it's done chronologically. So I believe it's a little over 80 years. It goes back to, I believe the earliest one we have is like 1941.
Any of the plaques, how long do you think that will last? Like, when will it get full?
I mean,
The little plaques.
the little plaques. So we're at 101 or 102 right now.
Yeah.
I suspect that when people see it, they'll go, "Oh, I forgot. Can I add?" And then as they submit, but I think after next year we may be pretty close to 160 again. As this,
So you'll take
it's an
them from-
idea
you'll take
that's
them
now a
from the
reality,
wall.
and when it becomes a reality, it kind of picks up a little steam.
So you take them from the wall, but then you'll also add extras that come in.
So the wall will go up every year in the month of November.
Yeah.
So every October we'll put out the wall of heroes about coming up. If you haven't submitted or would like to add someone to the wall, send me that. We make the little profile poster. We
Yeah.
put it up on the wall, and then we'd work to add that name once it's added to the wall. If their picture's on the wall, their name should be on the plaque, and that's how it kind of grows from there. But the max size we could get was 160, and he didn't give me the measurements, but I got to imagine 160 is a pretty big plaque.
Yeah.
Because the plaque is called it's called a donor wall, so I can only imagine how big it is. But that should hopefully be up and ready in a couple weeks. So I just wanted to give you that update. And another update for you. I know I've updated it on many times, but we are now finally complete with the mission and vision. The last part that we were waiting on was the common commitments. We came up with common commitments as a staff. And then I also asked the PTO to represent because it is a community mission and vision. So they created a statement that kind of represents the voice of the parent and the community member. So I have these, and they were handed out at parent-teacher conference. Thanks to a member of the Ames family who donated like 12 hours to just sit there at the door and just kind of hand things out and guide people. So she was there, just making sure everyone got one.
Gotta get those
as they
sophomore
walk through the door.
project hours.
So I have copies for everyone. You can see the introductory letter that parents got introducing it, as well as what the final product looks like. And now finally for a presentation, and I know that the board has the commitment to get out of acronym land and actually spell things out.
I
And
personally do.
a year ago, we created a program, a new special for the students, and we refer to it as SET. That stands for Skills, Enrichment, and Technology. We reworked some things, and we put Mrs. Sandra McMullen in charge of basically creating a program from an idea. And so I know that parents, as I saw the first report card come home, or as kids come home and say, what is your special? I had set. They go, okay, that's kind of great, but no one really has a good idea of what exactly that means and what it encompasses. So I thought, now's probably a good time to maybe bring Mrs. McMullen in front of the board and in front of the public and just kind of explain to you a little bit in a little less than 5 minutes what it is that skills, enrichment, and technology really is all about. So as you can see, she's got a techie way of showing it.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for having me. Forgive me, I'm on a brand new computer that I haven't touched yet, so hopefully I won't mess this up too much. But I'm going to do my presentation in an interactive way. So we have our little claw game here. So I'm going to start here. And let's see. This is just a little bit of like what I do with the kids. I integrate technology in everything I do. So let's see what we pull up. Oh, my goofy face. All right, so in this case, who am I? I'm Sandra McMullen. Most of the students call me Mrs. Mac. I started at GMS back in 2016 as the enrichment tutor, and in 2021, I returned as the Unified Arts set teacher. And let's go back and pick another emoji. And let's see who we pull on this one. All right. So on this one, this is what is SET. Well, before I can explain exactly what SET is, I want to tell you what it's based on. So in 2021, it was an innovative program at GMS that expanded the mind of students as they begin their journey on Litchfield's Portrait of a Learner. Now, if we're not aware what Portrait of a Learner is, I ask everyone to please visit the district website for clarification of every one of these competency. But Portrait of a Learner specifies the cognitive, personal, and interpersonal competencies that students should have by the time they graduate CHS. They are listed here as perseverance and adaptability, integrity, communication, and critical thinking. And for some that may see that looks pretty familiar, those were the work study practices that were on our report cards. Let's go back here. Let's pull our next emoji. Hopefully I'm doing this right. There's my cool glasses. Okay, so exactly what is SET? It stands for Skills, Enrichment, and Technology. What is my job? I'm committed to developing a well-rounded student into pursuit of developing tomorrow's leaders and innovators. Well, what does that mean? Well-rounded is a child that's not only exposed to all academic areas, but as well as the arts and any other thing that they want to pull into a curriculum or a project that explains who they are and what they like to do. I focus on independent thinking. That's a mindset for the kids to allow them to rely on their own judgment and skills to problem solve. Trust their own judgment, which is very important. Be able to effectively communicate and collaborate with their peers and come up with original and unique ideas for problem solving. I use 21st century skills, social-emotional learning skills, and I provide enriching technology integrated cross-curricular content, similar to what I'm doing here. So how do I do this? Well, most of my kids say, Mrs. Mack, you come up with the craziest ideas, which is why I have my little crazy emoji right here. Here's how I do it. First, I have to base it on these principles. I encourage independence in students, not only at school, but at home, down from the most basic skills of packing your own folder, making your own snack, being responsible for your own homework, making your own bed, whatever it is, independence is the key to my program. Those independent skills from home and at school will transfer over into independent problem solving and decision making. Again, them being able to trust their own decisions. That also leads to ownership of learning, which is very important in my classroom. This could be from the most basic thing of a child raising their hand and say, hey, Mrs. Mack, can I move to the front of the room because I can't see the board? That's taking ownership of their learning. Instead of just sitting there and not knowing what to do, I encourage these kids to do whatever it takes to get the knowledge that they want to get. I encourage creative risk-taking. For those that don't know my background, more than just educating, I'm also in theater and film. And I'm huge into believing that creativity is the key to problem solving and innovation. So I ask these kids to, in every project I do, in every lesson I do, there's a creative portion. I will never grade their creativity, that's not my judgment, but what I do is I encourage them to get as creative as possible. This is when I want them to take the risks, to expand on whatever idea they can come up with and how to do it. And I use technology integration in almost every single lesson I do. So I come up with games, escape rooms, mysteries, coding, Google Apps. For example, this is Google Slides. I use exactly the same technology that I expose the kids to in the classroom and what I teach them on. So the next part is, what is it that I actually teach? Well, this is the skills part of, did I hit the wrong one? I did. See, I made my own mistake. Solve my own problem. Here we go. Center. There it is. Okay, learning skills. So these are some of the learning skills that I teach. Analysis and synthesis and evaluation, critical and logical thinking, inferencing and interpretation, focus and concentration, cause and effect, deductive and inductive reasoning, collaboration and communication between peers, speaking and listening, reasoning with proof of evidence, strategy development and application, research and inquiry, project planning and development, creativity, and perseverance and adaptability. So now you're gonna say, well, how do I do all this? I'll give you some examples. For critical and logical thinking, I just did a kindergarten class where they mapped their classroom. They were to map every area of their classroom, put it on a piece of paper. I took that back. I created my version of it, which is a little clearer version than a kindergarten. But just like you would at the mall, you have the "You Are Here" star. I put the center of the room there, and I labeled every area with a number. Then I handed a child a number. Nobody had the same number. Using their map skills, their reading skills, they had to determine where that number was in the room. Took them a few times, but then they pretty much mastered it, and today they begged and pleaded with me to play it again. So that logical thinking of where I am and how do I get to whatever number I am, even at the kindergarten level. Cause and effect is huge. Right now I'm teaching coding in some of the classrooms. Coding is completely cause and effect. Deductive and inductive reasoning. So deductive reasoning, one of the recent things I did was a puzzle with the kids. One of those simple puzzles where you have 4 people and you have 4 names and you have to figure out which name goes with which person. Well, my kids know that I don't give answers. That's the biggest thing. I usually answer questions with questions. In this particular case, if there are 4 people and there are 4 names, I will give them a couple of sentences with clues as to 3 of the 4 people. By them realizing that, hopefully, I didn't give them any information on a 4th one, they can come up with the answer saying, well, that 4th one belongs to that name. So that's just an example at like the 2nd grade level of what I would do. Speaking and listening, I just did a project on peer interviews and the process of interviewing and stating facts. So they would make a presentation on Google Slides based on whoever they interviewed. So that peer of theirs becomes the star of the show when they come up to the front of the classroom and talk about them and show their Google Slide presentation. I encouraged their creativity because I wanted them to test out borders and animation and images and different colors and backgrounds. So they were able to design these however they wanted. They had a choice between Jamboard and Google Slides. Most of them chose Google Slides because it can be a little bit more creative on slides. And I have an upcoming project that I'm very excited about with project planning and development and creativity for 4th grade. I'm going to bring in my filmmaking background, and we are going to make short films in 4th grade. So they are going to learn how to start a project from the beginning, plan it in its entirety, bit by bit, bring it to completion, and show the creative process in between. And hopefully, if I did this right, we will have a screening in their own classroom for their short films. So that's just a little bit of what I do at GMS. And that is the end of our game. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I love it.
Any questions?
So this is one of the, I would say, a positive byproduct of COVID. And so if you remember going back to the year 2021, Sandra was with us as the enrichment tutor, and we went into a school year where it said no small groups and no one could be less than 6 feet, more than 6 feet away from each other. And we kind of felt like, well, how do I run an enrichment group that way? And so Sandra just started getting into classrooms, providing these kind of enrichment activities, and also providing like tech support because it was a crazy time. And then also we went 1-to-1 with Chromebooks, and so we realized at that point having computer technology as a special where they get it once a week, or even if in our model the block of it for 8 days and then you don't see it, when they also have a Chromebook with them every single day, that model didn't necessarily work. So it kind of naturally evolved from there, and that's how the set came about.
So is this like kind of the 5th UA?
This is in terms of schedule. This functions as the 5th UA. Yep. And with our UA schedule at GMS, we work on a block and rotation schedule. So they get set for 8 or 9 days in a row, and then they'll see it again after a rotation of. We have 4 rotations in a year, 5 blocks per rotation, and then we've also the UA's actually worked this year to make it a little bit looser, and they've added flex times in there too. So it's either a bonus blocks or they get so like next week, the 2-day week, I think is.
No, it's when we come back from Thanksgiving, we'll have our first flex week, and the flex weeks allow us as UAs to add that little special twist to the blocks. For example, if we want to do our holiday projects, we'll do it all in that flex week, because sometimes, like last year, we would get Thanksgiving projects with some kids and winter projects with the others, and not everybody gets the same thing. The flex week will allow us to do that.
It takes almost 6 or 7 weeks to get there. So like.
Right.
you can do a Thanksgiving project, but you're not gonna do it with the class you saw like on September 15th or the one you're gonna see in January.
Interesting. I love that idea.
I love the integration of life skills. I really think that's so important, the independence.
In this day and age.
Especially
After COVID.
Post-COVID,
Yeah.
I have to imagine that a lot of the kiddos that are coming in are struggling with some of those skills.
I have to say, the biggest skill that I teach is independence.
Yeah.
Down to my most popular question in the class is when they raise their hand, I said, is this a problem you can't solve by yourself? That's the first thing out of my mouth. All my kids know that, down to kindergarten and first grade.
Yeah.
And they think about it, and then sometimes they don't ask the question because they can solve it by themselves.
Yeah.
So this is what I'm really trying to encourage, because that independence is key to everything, at home and at school.
And I heard a lot of really positive things about the escape rooms you did last spring, so,
Escape rooms in the Amazing Race.
Oh, yeah,
Amazing
I
Race.
do it.
Amazing Race time where there's just kids like
I do
in
what's
matching colors just running through the school.
I do what's called, used to be Adventure Week, it's now Adventure Block. It's only for fourth graders, but in quarter 4, I create the Adventure Block, which means they will all do a Carmen Sandiego challenge, a Amazing Race challenge, a Jumanji challenge, and what's my other one? I blanked. Carmen Sandiego, Amazing Race. There's 4 of them.
I remember.
Oh, the escape room. I did the Escape the North Conway Grand Hotel in New Hampshire, which is a 10-room escape room, and they all compete against all the other fourth grades. So they earn tokens as they break through these challenges, and that's just for our fourth graders because that's their last,
Yeah.
year at GMS. So I make that specifically for them.
And I will also note that you throw in the fact that behavior in the hallways when they're running is part of their score.
Oh, yeah, I have little bonus cards that say you've been caught following the rules that I incorporate the rest of the school. So I will hand them off to the teachers and staff of the rest of the school. And if they see one of my groups which have bandanas on, they don't even need to know the child, they just know the color. If they're caught walking, whispering, and staying together and working as a team, they can hand them these little bonus cards, which earns them 5 extra tokens. So they get caught following the rules.
It's a good specific measure.
So now that pulls it, but that also pulls in the whole school to have fun. And I had teachers that were so excited to say, wait, I got them, I'll stand in the hallway. So,
I think what you do is amazing, and my son was one of your earlier students when you were doing it as an enrichment small group, and I know that, that hasn't been the case, since, like you said, since COVID, but I'm so happy that all of the students get to experience you, because you are incredible at what you do. Like my son got to build out of paper and masking tape a marble roller coaster, and it was about this high, and he learned so much from that project, just about grit and sticking to it and correcting your own mistakes and asking questions, and what happens when you didn't follow the directions the first time, and what happens when you kind of slack off a little bit, and I'm just so glad that all of our elementary students get to experience that.
And I will also say, in addition to that, with our schedule, we still have found for that specific enrichment blocks, those still also exist within the
good.
rotation.
Good.
Yeah,
That's
for the
great.
targeted students.
Good.
All right. Any other questions?
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Thank
Thank you
you.
for coming, Sandra.
Your enthusiasm is contagious.
It is.
Yes, indeed.
Mike, are you plugging?
I'll take it. I'm not sure if I'm presenting, but I'll be ready if I am. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. It's time for, we welcome community comments on agenda items at this time. Is anyone interested in community comments? Hello, Mr. Norton.
Hello. So my name is Jim Norton, Woodhawk Way. I just want to talk about the potential cuts in the performing arts departments. And I'll just start by I'm just frustrated with all the cuts that's been happening. I've been involved with performing arts for 7 years now. And I know a lot of you weren't on the board for those 7 years, but it's just been cut after cut after cut. And what I'd like to do is just talk about what I've seen since I've been involved, so you can understand where my mindset is with all this. So in 2016, my son was a freshman and Phil Martin was his band director. At the end of 2016, Phil retired, and school board decided to take Carolyn late and cut her time between LMS and CHS. So Carolyn would do the band at LMS for halftime and then drive to CHS and do band for the second half of the time. what that did is it took a full-time person out of both LMS and CHS as a band director. And things you don't see on a spreadsheet that a band director does is coaching and counseling, talk about keeping kids engaged. Sorry, lost my train of thought. But they do more than just teach how to play an instrument. And these kids need that band director as a full-time job. So if they need to talk, they're counselors too. It really goes way beyond just teaching them to play an instrument. And when that happened in 2016, you took that ability away from CHS as well as LMS. So cutting that in half really was the beginning of the program going downhill. In 2018, Jill Pennington resigned. And those who don't know Jill, she was the choral director at CHS. She also did the theater directing there. And I'll tell you, when Jill did a musical, Jill was all involved in a musical. She got all the kids involved. She made sure to talk to every kid in that school to see if they had a part or a piece they could do. We had football kids, we had soccer kids, we had honor society kids, these kids that weren't in band that got involved with the play or the musical. It really was it built that community. They had these kids from different walks of life now all sharing in this one project, the musical. And in 2018, when Jill left, they outsourced that. So we had a person from outside the school who would come in, had no relationship with the town, had no relationship with our kids. It was not a good situation. It really drove that program further and further down. There was no enthusiasm with it. The gentleman who was doing it was, I'd say part-time, but he wasn't even there part-time, just based on having a full-time job and then having to come here and do that other stuff after school. And then, so that was 16, then in 18, and then in 21, last year in August, they told Carolyn to go back and concentrate fully on LMS. And then they gave Brittany to do both CHS band and CHS chorus, and also with some classes. So in 16, we had a full-time band director and a full-time choral director at CHS. And in 2021, we had one doing both. So I sat here in this room in August of 21 and asked the pointed question if the school board is invested in the performing arts. What I was told was they are invested in performing arts, and they had to make these moves in order to start the process of rebuilding the program. So I was excited to hear that they were talking about rebuilding, because throughout these years, it was always just cutting. Then, fast forward 5 months later, in January of 2022, the music directors got riffs to say potentially might be losing a job. So we go from August of 21 that we're going to rebuild to January of 22, 6 months later, that we're going to cut. Now, that cut didn't happen, but it was just a message that was very confusing for the directors as well as the parents. We just did not understand why that happened. And then fast forward to today, now we're looking at a position being eliminated from the budget altogether. So a year after having a conversation in August about rebuilding, we're actually reducing. And that's where all my frustration lies. I'm asking the board to reconsider, make a motion and vote in that position and keep it in place. I would also ask to go a step further and invest in the department and think outside the box. The numbers are going to be small, but the numbers will be small until the numbers aren't small anymore. We're not going to be able to build this program if we keep cutting and cutting and cutting. And you take a position off of a budget, it's never coming back, or it's going to be awful difficult to come back. So that's all I wanted to say, and appreciate everything. I hope you guys have a good Thanksgiving. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hi.
Sue Jositis, Jositis, 29 Brenton. I speak with my hands, so this is going to be hard. So forgive me. I just want to add a little bit to what Jim just offered as far as history. This goes back, because Jim, I'm older than you are. So this goes back even more, in the past. When my daughter was here, she graduated in 2013. There was a very vibrant music program. You would go to concerts, the advanced chorus class would have 30 kids in it, right? And that's certainly different than what we're seeing today. And I understand that these budget decisions are difficult. I understand that you have very difficult choices to make, to make sure that you're presenting a budget that appeals to the taxpayers, and that you're also, I appreciate that you're taking our feedback as well. But I'm very concerned that this short-term budgetary relief that you may get by cutting this position, the music position, will result in a long-term lasting effect for the performing arts program. So again, to just go back to what I was saying earlier, the choral program at LMS, so this is even before Jim's time, this is when my son was in middle school, was cut from being part of the academic program and was changed instead to an extracurricular activity. That destroyed the chorus program, quite frankly. There was a different director every year. It was very difficult for chorus to compete with all of the other offerings, sports and art club and everything else that's available to a middle school student. So what was a really thriving choral program became quite small. Then when there was the attempt to cut Mr. Martin's position after his retirement, there was that compromise that was made. Okay, we'll put the position, we'll give you a position at the middle school, and we'll bring chorus back into the academic programming and, move forward and try to build the program again. So, and then along comes COVID, right? So, there's PPE that, kids who are playing wind instruments are wearing these bags and playing through masks, and there's remote band, which is, incredibly difficult to do. The block scheduling at the high school took a year-long class and changed it to a semester-only class. There were conflicts. If kids wanted to take other courses or wanted to participate in CTE programs, they could no longer do that. So the numbers, decline again. And like Jim, I'm frustrated because I've been in this for a long time, and I've seen a lot of these cuts and the changes that I know have had a giant impact on the program. I've also seen, budget cuts, and this is way before all of you, but of things like instrument lockers that Phil Martin used to ask for to keep the instruments safe, that the school had invested in. The soundboard, that was crackling, in 2011, that they're still dealing with. Those kinds of things have always been cut. So it's not just personnel. It's been, the supplies, the things that the kids need. I was watching the meeting. Tina, you mentioned the whole rack of lights had to be replaced, right? There just hasn't been a lot of investment in the program. So, that is concerning. I know the enrollment in these courses is low, and so I will just end by just asking the question, how are these courses scheduled? So when the kids get the program of studies, are all the music courses presented to them? Because I'm concerned about that if 2 kids sign up for guitar and 2 kids sign up for piano, that you're not really getting a true sense of what the kids want to do. If we had piano as a fall course, guitar as a spring course, kids who are interested in music might say, I'll try piano. And would the enrollment be larger? I'm afraid that we're diluting the enrollment in these courses by presenting everything as an option every single time. And I don't know that that's happening. That's why I'm asking the question. But it's just something I wanted to raise as just something to think about. I know that, we have to boost the enrollment. I understand that the enrollment has to match the number of faculty that we have, but can we be creative about some things to try to help boost the enrollment? So again, like Jem, I'm asking you to reconsider and to add the position back in. I've sent you a letter as well, so I'm not going to go into all the stuff that I said there, but thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I also would like to speak in favor of retaining the current staffing level for the music department. And also, like Sue said, I recognize the enormous challenge of doing a budget every year. It's the most painful part of your year, and it's all full of very difficult decisions, and I recognize that. A very quick search easily pulls up a huge body of quality peer-reviewed research going back many, many decades about how music education improves skills in many areas, not just music. I'm not reading all of this, don't worry, but I've cut and pasted. I'm going to take some snippets from it to give you a little glimpse at all the different types of research out there. Some of them are several decades old. Some of them are brand new, months, published within the last month, just to show you this is well established in the educational world. It's not a new idea. According to recent research, music from Reading Horizons, music can improve speech and reading skills by increasing one's ability to distinguish between different sounds and understand the patterns of language. Music training is not only beneficial for processing music stimuli. We've found that years of music training also improve how sounds are processed for language and emotion. These are lots of quotes. Quote, playing an instrument may help youngsters better process speech in noisy classrooms and more accurately interpret the nuances of language that are conveyed by subtle changes in the human voice. This understanding of sound patterns is very beneficial to students learning how to read. Gottfried Schlag, Associate Professor of Neurology at Harvard Medical School, explained, music making is a multisensory experience, activating links to several parts of the brain. In Frontiers Education, there was a meta-analysis by Butzlav, I don't know why they all have hard names, in 2000. A series of studies evaluated a possible link between music training and reading ability and comprehension. Analysis revealed that music training seems to be aligned with higher reading performances on standardized reading ability tests. Music training helps children to become efficient readers who can focus better and concentrate for longer periods of time, which ultimately leads to better reading comprehension. Schlegelberg, 2006, a series of research studies in favor of the link between music training and intelligence shows higher scores on IQ assessment tests for music-trained children in comparison with children with no music training, enhancing the hypothesis that music training in childhood is associated with positive academic achievement. Beyond Anderson and Fuller, 2010, beyond possible cognitive benefits, music training teaches children self-discipline and attentional skills that help them concentrate for long periods of time. A more recent one in June of 2022, EdUtopia published an article entitled Music Training Can Be a Literacy Superpower. When kids study music intensively and over long periods of time, they become better readers. My summary of that article, music involves visually scanning print and connecting that to sound. Music combines the visual and auditory processes in the brain the same way that language does. Quote, see the symbol on the page, hear the sound the symbol makes. Anticipate what's likely to come next. Playing a sonata is similar to reading a poem or a difficult scientific passage. Working on challenging musical tasks over and over again, research says, strengthens the reading circuit dramatically, which in turn delivers a robust academic boost. Schools are always worried that students aren't reading well enough, said Elaine Bernstorff, professor of music education and co-author of The Music and Literacy Connection, referring to the tendency to treat reading as a distinct activity. But often, she said, schools don't realize that music teachers are reading teachers. A 2-year study by Holleschwatz compared music students to students who did not take music. Quote, when age matched to control groups, the musicians' brains looked more adult-like than the non-musicians' brains. Over a period of 2 years in that study, his team gave the music students a series of tasks to test their working memory, inhibitory control, and selective attention, the core functions of executive function. and they tracked improvement over time. The researchers found that the music students not only scored higher on standardized tests and earned better grades in English, language, arts, and math, but they also showed superior performance on select tasks of executive function and short-term memory. Quote, children showed strong transfer of the executive function skills to non-musical tasks. In March 2022, another recent one, there was a experimental program done in Los Angeles called the Harmony Program, where some of the students got music lessons after school. Researchers compared groups of Harmony students and non-Harmony students in 5 high-poverty Title I elementary schools across Los Angeles, and the results were exceptional. Harmony Project students vastly outperformed the non-musical control group on standardized tests, with a 17-point gain in math, a 26-point gain in English. Students who started with the lowest achievement levels gained the most, an average of 33 points in math, 39 points in English. A research project in the Chicago Public Schools followed 2 groups of 200 ninth graders for 2 years. One group got music lessons, one group got fitness classes. After 2 years, researchers found the neural responses of the music training group were faster than before the training, while the neural timing of students in the fitness training group remained unchanged. I could go on all night. The huge body of research out there shows us conclusively music classes are beneficial to all students, not those who just want to play instruments or sing. I'm concerned with the proposed staffing reduction that the general music in our schools will be decreased in order to allow for our 3 remaining teachers to continue with band, chorus, and music elective classes. Thereby, we will be diminishing the district's opportunity for increased math, reading, language, and executive functioning skills in the general school population. I'm concerned that the music department continually needs to defend its value every time our budget gets tight. I'm concerned that the performing arts was the area most hard hit during COVID. Kids doing remote singing or playing instruments was horrendous, despite the best efforts of the teachers. I watched it with my own eyes as my children tried to play along or sing along with a chorus or a band and could only hear that one saxophone that was closest to the teacher's laptop, or that one singer that was closest to the teacher's laptop, and they had no idea how their one part fit in with the sound of the whole ensemble. It was awful for my kids. My daughter didn't return to band when she returned to school because of that experience. She did end up, when she got to the high school, getting back into band, even though she was felt very behind and unsure of herself for having not played for so long. Once these kids returned to school, it was not normal. They used the special PE to play or sing. It made it much more cumbersome, and it was challenging since they couldn't see their fingerings on instruments with keys. Just when they are now finally able to start performing as normal, and they're beginning to enjoy the process again, and our music teachers have been successfully reigniting interest and increasing participation, as evidenced by the 130 cast Wizard of Oz and crew, and now they're once again being knocked down. Please give the department the chance to recover from COVID, just as you are allowing other academic subjects time to fill the gaps and extra support to recover from this pandemic. Thank you.
Is there anyone else? Can you state your name, miss?
I can. Amy Goldstein, One's Place for Circle. I also want to speak about the proposed cut to the performing arts budget. I am the parent of a CHS Performing Arts alumni, class of 2019, who is currently a senior music education major at the University of Southern Maine. And I hope that the fact that alumni parents like Sue and Sonia and myself have come out of retirement to come speak about this, because we understand how detrimental this cut can be. And I want to say that I talked to Rachel about this too, so she's in here too. I believe my daughter's experience in the Litchfield School District is relevant because she attended LMS during the time there was only one performing arts teacher there. It was Mrs. Late. The chorus general ed teacher had been removed a few years prior. So a few years with no chorus during school was when Rachel was in chorus at LMS.
It was an after-school only activity. At that time, however, there were 4 teachers district-wide, 2 at CHS, 1 at LMS, and 1 at GMS, and this proposed cut would bring us down to 3 staff in the district. So any deficiencies that Rachel experienced during 4 teachers in the district will only be amplified by having 3 teachers in the district. At that point, chorus after school had been in place for a few years. The stipend instructors were inconsistent and often changed year to year. The numbers of participants predictably dwindled, and there were limited exposure to music ed during the school day, unless you were in band, so increasing interest and recruiting more kids was difficult. Chorus was also competing after school with athletics, clubs, and even kids with transportation issues who couldn't stay after. So a typical chorus size for Rachel in LMS was 7 to 8 kids, which makes multi-part songs and complex harmonies hard to teach. This is where Rachel jumped in. I read her my speech on the way here, and she added this sentence. So I'll say it like she said it. So a typical chorus size was 7 to 8 kids, which makes multi-part songs and complex harmonies hard to teach, which is developmentally appropriate musical curriculum for children of that age. She's learning something at school. With numbers low at the middle school, that translates to low numbers at the high school. During this time, it was quite possible for a student who was not in band and missed the special scheduling to make it through grades 6 through 8 without any general music exposure at all. In high school, my daughter participated in every performing arts opportunity she possibly could. Truth. Unfortunately, what was not available to her were the academic-rich content classes like music theory and composition courses. Upon entering USM as a freshman, Rachel found herself to be the only student in her music education class who had not had music theory as a high school level class. Music ed class discussions with her fellow classmates have also made her realize that her high school experience as a performing arts focused student was an outlier and not the norm. Students from schools with similar graduating class size reported chorus and band ensembles 3 to 4 times the size that Rachel experienced. Music theory, composition classes, piano classes, percussion classes outside separate of band class were available to all of them. I spoke to Rachel about the proposed cut. First thing she said was, "Ugh, not again." But then we had deep discussion about her high school experience versus what she's learned in her classes at college and what she's observed in her student teaching placements. These are the things she said that stood out to me. 1, Litchfield doesn't realize how far behind they are. 2, I thought lack of support for performing arts was everywhere, but now I know it's just a Litchfield thing. 3, it feels so different and so great to be at a school that values and prioritizes the arts. She wants you all to know it doesn't have to be like this. There are schools who are making this work. Music and performing arts are an academic, curricular-based pursuit. I checked the websites at 3 post-secondary schools. I chose USM, Keene State, and UMass Lowell. Between the 3 schools, a student can receive an undergrad degree in, you can get a BA in music, music ed, composition, performance jazz studies, performance in musical theater, performance in piano, music with emphasis in music business, music studies, sound recording technology, music and composition for new media, and music technology, and that's only those 3 schools. I know there's other music degrees that you can get, like music therapy. You may or may not be aware that in order to attend a college or university in music, not only do you have to be accepted to the school, but you also have to audition to get into the School of Music. This is from the USM website. The audition requirements are, number 1, a performance audition. Number 2, a test of oral comprehension, rhythmic recitation, and sight singing. And number 3, a diagnostic written test of music fundamentals, including intervals, scales, chords, and key signatures. Keene State has pretty much the same requirements, but adds the caveat, if you have not had a music theory class, it is strongly recommended that you have a private tutor or engage in self-learning instruction. So, if you are a Campbell High School student interested in pursuing a music degree in college, not only have you been responsible for paying for your instruments, which can be thousands of dollars, concert attire, fundraising, or paying for competitions or travel opportunities, but you also need to pay someone outside of school to teach you the prerequisite classes you need to go to college. We were fortunate that we could afford and provide Rachel with private vocal lessons, piano lessons, dance, and theater experience. And through the Herculean efforts of Mrs. Late and Miss Pennington, Rachel had the tools she needed to get into the school of her choice. But as she stated to me, I definitely started behind the others in my class. I believe any student who attends CHS who wishes to pursue this path should have the resources that they need provided and available at their school. It is disheartening that the pattern of cutting academic programming before making cuts to any other extracurricular programs repeats itself. While participation numbers are used to justify cuts to performing arts, it's these cuts that keep the numbers low. Performing arts is not like a bush you can cut back and prune and expect it to grow bigger and brighter the next year. Instead, it's more of a if you build it, they will come scenario. The performing arts is a feeder program. There must be consistent and continuous programming K through 12 to allow the program to grow. Students need to know the classes they require will be available when they need them. Now's the time. With the recent addition of an amazing and energetic music teacher at GMS, and I see it on Facebook, I've seen what's going on, I'm not even in the schools, and I know she's fabulous. Building interest and excitement about the arts and the momentum being created by the district-wide Wizard of Oz production, it is not the time to be making cuts to the performing arts program, but instead to prioritize, build on the momentum, nurture, and grow the program to meet the needs of all students. And Rachel says, you can do it.
Can I just ask you a question? I know I'm not supposed to.
Sure.
Was music theory ever taught, even
It was
when
it
Jill was
ran-
here?
When Rachel, it was like Sue said, they offer all these music classes and enough kids didn't sign up, it got cut. It ran one time in the 4 years Rachel was at CHS, and that was her sophomore year when her schedule was full with mandatory computer classes,
Right.
gym classes.
Exactly, yeah.
She couldn't get it in, and it never ran again. It needs to be every other year, music theory will run, whether there's 2 kids or 10 kids. Because anybody who wants to go to college in music needs that class.
I think we ran AP Music.
It did not run, because
it didn't
Rachel
run.
signed up for it, Jill
Okay.
got certified for it, and because there weren't enough kids, it got cut. And Rachel was told that she could teach it to herself, or we could pay, there was an online course for $2,000 at Berkeley. And she tried to teach it to herself, and Mrs. Late tried to help her. And because, Rachel played piano since she was 5 years old, and took singing lessons since the age of 12, and the auditions for Allstate are very similar to the college auditions, so she had it, but not because of the school.
Interesting.
Thank
you so much.
I like the idea of every other
Hey, I'm Amber Flint. I'm at 123 Hillcrest. I am coming off a really long day working on The Wizard of Oz. So bear with me. I am not put together on my thoughts. I've had 2 meals in the last 72 hours and 5 hours of sleep. So with that said, with me being here, I hope that says a lot to what I'm about to say to all of you. And when I cry a lot, and it's only because this comes from a very deep place in my soul. So with that said, I will try not to cry through all this. No one should be losing their jobs. No one should be losing their jobs, especially in the music department. We've worked really hard on this play. We've needed every single one of these music teachers to pull this off. It has been very, very taxing on all of us. We needed every single person on deck. COVID gutted the arts, and this is kind of, and I'm not well versed and I can't speak very well, so I don't mean this to be offensive at all. Any of the language I use, I do not mean it at all, because I know you guys have been through the ringer. I know you guys are human beings, and you have been punched in the gut over and over again. Heard stories behind the scenes, and it's not okay for you guys to be treated the way that you have been treated in this whole process. With that being said, anything I say after this is not meant personally.
Oh, we get it. We've all been there. You're tired, you're hungry.
I'm
You just
tired.
speak your mind.
Okay, so this feels like a gut punch to the music program in general. It really does. After speaking to parents, after speaking to students, after speaking to the teachers themselves, they all feel gut punched by this. I'm asking you, please don't do this to them. They've worked really hard to get to where they are. Let's see, I'm all over the place, you guys. I'm so sorry. It's been really frustrated to watch the last few meetings and to talk about the athletic budget and how, am I wrong that they've asked for more money this year? I'm not sure. That's, from what I hear, that's what, like, from what I was watching, it looks like they're asking for more in their budget, which I find really frustrating when we're cutting music. I find it really frustrating when they're asking for 2 more athletic positions to be created when we're cutting in music. So I'll get off of music for a minute. I'm also here about cuts to special needs. I have 4 kids with IEPs. So music is one side of our family, IEPs and special education is the other side of our family. So again, I've talked to a lot of people in special education, and it is a gut punch to them too, all the cuts that is happening. They are so struggling right now. And I think all of you guys know that. It is so hard day to day to have these kids and to try to teach them and try to help them learn and grow every single day. It is so taxing on them. And so when they're gut punched for more cuts, for more taking back, it's mentally taxing on all of them. And we cannot lose any more of these special education teachers. We can't afford it. My kids cannot afford it. So those are the 2 things that I ask you to really relook. I know that Andrew Cutter, he's not here. After watching the meetings, again, I'm half asleep, you guys, so he brought up some ways to cut other spendings in other ways, and he was voted down on all of those things. So it's frustrating to me to not know the other side of why he was voted down on all those things. I don't know if there's a way for you guys to share the information about why those decisions were made, because he was trying to find other ways to cut.
Was this at the budget meeting at the firehouse?
I've been
I'm
doing
sorry to ask you.
costumes.
You can email me tomorrow when
what
you get a
was
good
that?
night's sleep. Were you talking about what happened at the fire station?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Just making sure.
Yes. Sorry. I was like, so many meetings and so many costumes at the same time.
$150,000 attrition cut.
Okay, so it was just really frustrating to see that they're cutting this, but when he found other ways to cut, it was all voted down. It was just frustrating to me, and I just don't know why that happened. So I'm just asking you to relook at special education. I'm asking you to relook at music teacher, and that is all. I will go to sleep. Actually, I'm going to go sew some more costumes. So thank you very much for your time.
Anyone else?
Actually, is Andrew coming later? I don't know
No,
the
he's
status. Okay.
Hi, how are you? So I'm Eli Flint. Sorry. 123 Hillcrest. I'm a sophomore in high school. I'm part of the concert band, and I'm also one of the leads in the high school play. And I get firsthand viewing of all the different music teachers and what they bring to the table. And I think cutting in band and music and cutting a teacher, I think that's it hurts me deeply because I'm in that. I see that side of music, and I would just like to ask you formally, please do not cut the music because that is part of my soul. Sorry, thanks. Bye.
Anyone else? At this time, we thank everyone who provided the board with comments on tonight's agenda. We now have ended public comment, and the board will conduct its business in view of the public. No further comments can be made by the public during this meeting, but we will have another public input around 8 o'clock. Not specifically 8 o'clock, but around 8 o'clock. Thank you all for taking time out. Correspondence, Ms. Ames.
Yes, we did receive a lot of correspondence over the past 2 weeks, so I'm gonna try and go through this as quickly as I can. November 2nd, we received an email from Holly Falzone, the HR director, to the school board, thanking us for the approval of the sub rates, the increase, and she's going to be working to gather data on the questions that we had asked. On November 3rd, 2022, Dr. Jetty emailed the board with his slideshow presentation related to the budget. On November 3rd, Andrew Cutter emailed the rest of the board and confirmed that the LCTV recording did not work for the end of the November 2nd meeting and would like to walk through his analysis again at the Thursday night meeting. On November 3rd, 2022, Holly Falzone, HR director, emailed the school board answering questions from Tuesday regarding salaries. On November 3rd, 2022, John Davidson, who is the chair of the budget committee, emailed the select board with suggestions regarding language related to the special services budget underspend. I am going to read that language just because I want to make sure I think we're talking about it later, but capture it. He is suggesting that we do not include specific dates and fiscal years, as that way the policy doesn't apply to just 1 year, but rather future boards can review the policy annually to adopt, and include language in the policy that also does not allow for budget transfers from special services to other accounts, projects, funds. November 3rd, Andrew Cutter emailed the board with a draft of email correspondence to the select board. Tara Hirschberger replied, Heidi Ames replied, Andrew Cutter replied, Christina Harrison replied, Heidi Ames replied, Elizabeth McDonald replied. On November 4th, Christina Harrison sent an email to the school board regarding communication to individual board members is a concern and that we need to follow policy on that. November 4th, Kim Kleiner, who I believe is the town administrator, emailed the school board indicating that the school board had been added to the select board agenda for November 14th. On November 5th, Sue Jositis emailed the board with concern regarding the potential reduction of a music teacher and the impact on the department and the best interest of students. On November 6th, Amber Flint, community member, emailed with concerns about the fire drill that was at LMS on that prior Friday and students being asked to take a knee. On November 6th, 2022, John Burnell emailed the school board regarding access to internet at the town hall fire station. On November 6th, Debbie Rice, community member, emailed with concern about the fire drill at LMS and students being asked to take a knee. On November 6th, Nicole Wilson emailed a community member with concern about the fire drill at LMS on Friday and students being asked to take a knee. There was a response from Dr. Jetty and a response from Miss Wilson after that. On November 7th, Ms. Silver, Stephanie Silver, community member, emailed with concerns about competency-based learning, proficiency scale, and how it is being presented to students and the impact that has on them. On November 7th, 2022, Bob Keating, a community member, emailed in support of Ms. Grantham, principal at LMS, and her leadership and guidance. On November 7th, Doug Totten, the business administrator, emailed the school board circulating the revised 2023-2024 budget with the school board changes reflected therein. On November 7th, John Davidson, chair of the budget committee, emailed requesting access to Mr. Cutter's spreadsheet analysis. Ms. McDonald, chair, emailed back that it was Andrew's personal document and it's up to him to share. And there was further back and forth on that topic. November 7th, Andrew Cutter emailed to the school board, the budget committee chair. He circulated his analysis to the budget committee. On November 7th, Courtney Landry, a community member, emailed with concern about class sizes, particularly a class size of 28 for social studies at CHS. On November 8th, 2022, Carolyn Late, LMS band director, emailed all of us with an invite to the LMS Veterans Day Assembly. On November 10th, Holly Falzone, HR director, emailed regarding information on dental and health insurance rates. On November 10th, Denise McHugh, community member, wrote in with concerns that paraprofessional positions are unfilled and believes that CHS students with IEPs are not getting the services that they need. On November 10th, Elizabeth McDonald, chair of the school board, emailed Stephen Weber, chair of the select board, and copied the board on that regarding school board's attendance at the November 14th, 2022 select board meeting, and requested goal and topics so that we could be prepared for the meeting. On November 11th, 2022, Stephen Calawa, community member, emailed to request to reinstate for music teachers, as he believes music is just as important, if not more important, than sports. On November 11th, Michelle Flynn emailed and circulated the draft school board agenda for us for tonight. On November 12th, Rena Pettit, community member, sent an email writing to encourage us as school board members to submit a budget that meets the needs of Litchfield students, including students involved with music and arts. On November 12th, Rachel Loring, community member, emailed in regarding an apparent policy not allowing the use of nebulizers in school because of COVID. On November 13th, Selectman Leary emailed to the school board that the select board would like to discuss the 2021-2022 overspend, audit results, a basic timeline of events, and the 2023 deficit. He stated that since the school board stated they had no knowledge, that it was important that the superintendent appear, as he was the best equipped to answer questions and concerns, but board members were welcome to attend. On November 14th, Liz McDonald, chair of the school board, emailed the board about Mr. Leary's email, indicating it was her belief it is not the job of the Board of Selectmen to address the school budget, audit, or question a district employee, and that we need to work collaboratively. On November 15th, Doug Totten, business administrator to the school board, sent an email circulating the LMS Phase 2 North Branch change order spreadsheet. On November 16th, Amber Flint, community member, emailed in with concerns about proposed cuts of the 4th teacher to the music program, particularly concerned for Ms. Magoon, and believes there to be a first in, last out policy. Also concerned about proposed cuts to special education. On November 16th, Denise McHugh, community member, emailed in with concern about a proposed cut of a 4th teacher to the music program, and says it's discouraging to parents and staff that they have to face cuts every year. On November 16th, Holly Falzone, Human Resources Director, emailed the school board circulating a memo regarding support staff salaries as compared to the new sub rate that was discussed at the last meeting. On November 16th, 2022, Holly Falzone, Human Resources Director, circulated actual 2024 health and dental rates. And that catches us up as of 4 o'clock.
Pretty much sums up our couple weeks. Great.
Deep breath.
All right.
I will email that to you, Michelle.
Okay. Thank you. Apologize. Now we'll move on to general business at the superintendent's report.
Just, if I may, we did not have the student report on the agenda, but
No, absolutely.
I just want to give Emma a chance if there's something she had to report before we go much further.
Really planning on presenting anything tonight, so
You're just here to listen?
just listening for now. Yeah, awesome.
I wasn't sure. Sometimes you report and have to go do homework, so I wanted to make sure you could do
Hopefully,
that.
maybe next time we'll have something.
There you go. So a couple of updates. We knew that we had the select board meeting on Monday night, but I ended up not attending that meeting, so I don't have anything to report on it because I was not there. Regarding the CIP meeting, we did present to the CIP the plan that the board had approved 2 meetings ago. And then I know, and I'm sure we'll get a report under capital plan, that it was, the committee was deliberating, I guess, final status on Monday evening. And our intent is to make sure that we're available and able to participate in future meetings as needed to answer questions about it. And so to see how the whole CIP comes together. So we'll stay on top of that. The other thing I wanted to just check in with the board on was the idea of the date and time of deliberative. I know there was communication that went back and forth, but we're getting into the posting season where we just need to know, and I'm not sure where we stand on that. I lost track of it, to be honest, and Michelle and I are trying to button up our transitional stuff, and, knowing when and where deliberative will be important to us, so. Does anybody know where it is?
I think we need to reach back out to the select board. We had the last correspondence on that was us indicating that we were not available on the 11th, that we,
The 4th. We are available the 11th.
I'm sorry, yes, thank you. We were not available the 4th, but we are available the 11th, and that the select board, the town was free to choose either to do it as a joint session on the 11th or individually on the 4th, and I don't know that we've gotten follow-up from them on that, so I think Liz maybe can reach out to Chairman Weber and we can try and close that.
Yeah, and I would just ask to include me and
Kim Kleiner. Yeah.
Because I think we just need to coordinate and make sure that we all know where we are. But I'm just getting nervous because we've got legal postings and draft warrants and so forth, and I want to pull everything together correctly and not having to go back and redo it. So.
I believe we're
They are gonna,
sticking with the 11th.
if they are gonna go on the 11th, we'd each know if they're gonna go at 10 or 2, because we planned to go at 10, but we could change that.
Yep. I think we made that clear in the last email that we were open to discussing the order of it.
Yeah.
But we need to circle back on that.
Will do. It's on my list.
Excellent. So that's all I had for you. The only other thing is I have updated the music numbers that I shared with the board that you requested. I apologize that I missed LMS. Those are now in the spreadsheet. The other thing is the third tab is the peer cohort tab. And my intent is to contact all the schools in our peer cohort to figure out how many staff they have at both the high school and the middle school level. And I mean, I can add elementary, but I'm not sure that that's really
I think
where
it's
our
the middle
question
school
is.
level.
Isn't tonight the last night that we need to, that we
Modify the
have
budget.
to, put together a budget to present to the budget committee?
That's correct. You need to
Okay.
finalize your number tonight. Yep. But I still think having that
Just to
background
have it,
would be
yeah.
helpful. And I apologize again, we don't have that tonight, but I didn't even think about it till tonight. And I'm like, this would be helpful to us, based on student enrollment numbers.
Can you
Just
just have
tally
that
the
pulled up?
years
Where,
for the LMS
was there a
one.
link in the agenda for those?
Just tally the totals at the
You
bottom.
sent it in an email.
It was in an email? Okay.
Yeah, it's a shared doc. If you go to shared with me, you should find it.
And it says CHS peer.
I didn't do the did you ask me about LMS
Can you just
numbers?
tally it at the
Yeah.
bottom?
I
I
can.
mean, I could just,
Londonderry is so much bigger than us. Like, I
Right.
think,
That's why I put
Yeah.
student enrollment so that we could capture,
Like-
okay, how many students are there and then what are the staffing levels so that we would know that.
All right.
thank
Public
you.
minutes?
Public minutes. Is there a motion to approve the public minutes?
Yeah, I think there was one edit or a question on one of them. I was
Yes.
gonna do it as a bulk, but November 2nd, I think, Tara, you had a,
yep,
Comment?
I think just it was changed to
No, it was
CHS
November 3rd,
instead of.
and yeah, she was
okay.
right, it was just a typo.
Yeah.
okay. All right. So I'll make a motion to approve the November 1st, 2022 minutes, the November 2nd, 2022 public hearing minutes, the November 2nd, 2022 minutes, and the November 3rd, 2022 minutes.
I'll second.
I came late, so I abstain.
I came late as well, but I watched the meeting,
I did too, yeah.
so I'm gonna vote.
Okay, fair enough. I second that motion. That was,
I seconded.
Tina
it.
okay, good, sorry.
You thirded it.
I thirded it. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained. 400. Now we're
Say,
moving,
how many of you abstained?
0.
Nobody.
Yeah,
So-
we watched the
okay.
meeting. Business and operations, financial and operations update. Is this from Mr. Tot?
This is, yeah.
You're doing no shave November, or are you just not shaving? Okay, just checking.
So busy.
Cold out there now,
Who has
so.
time to shave in budget season?
I'm just checking.
On the list.
Yeah.
Okay.
So second meeting of the month, so it's a little bit longer as far as because there's several reports in there as well. Starts off with the LMS construction update. So, they're still plugging along quite well. They'll be moving to the 8th grade wing, I believe, next week, so pretty soon. So that's the last part of their work until they come back for the kitchen in the summer. So, more and more rooms are coming back, more mechanicals going in. Some of our ERVs are arriving around that Thanksgiving break, so they'll be craned up to the roof at that time as well. So it'll be good to get that mechanical in as well. So the September invoice is there, as well as that change order Google Sheet. I know it could be a little bit confusing because they use numbers in different ways. So a change order starts as a potential change order, and then sometimes they get grouped together as a confirmed change order too. So you'll see like 001 used multiple times. So on the first tab, it's only the confirmed change orders that are now on the contract as well. And as you move over the tabs, change order 001 is just one change order, but change order 002 is made up of multiple change orders that also don't go in order, because sometimes potential change orders are talked about. We ask for more information. We ask for them to go back to lower the cost in different ways, and so they don't get processed through necessarily the order that they come in. No surprise, most of the change orders have increased costs. Some have decreased costs, and we have a significant one which had to do with electrical room work to accommodate the solar, but that will be reimbursed through our payments to the PPA for the solar. So when we start paying our $95,000 a year, which is broken up by month, that $24,000, so the first several months we won't be paying, because that'll be our credit that will be for that as well. So that I show, but then I also take that off of the bottom line as well. Each of the kind of change orders are brought up in a group setting, typically with myself and Dr. Jetty, as well as Jen Grantham, the principal there, Dave Ely, our architect, who kind of also signs off on them as well. A lot of times, Dave also is also there. So it's several of us that are kind of talking through them and then making decisions. Some have come up that we have denied, some have come up that North Branch has covered, and but there are several that have gone through. So I don't know if there's any questions on any specific ones.
That grid was great.
Yeah, it
Thank you
was very
for
helpful.
doing that. I did have a question. I'm just finding it again. So what is the 7% you have on here? Is that allowable through the contract? Is that what's?
No, so.
Right now we're at 2% of the contract, which is a confirmed change order percent, I
Yeah.
guess, of the total. And you had a note 7% of contract, so I was curious what
Good
that was.
question. So unfortunately, we don't have a contingency built into our guaranteed maximum price. So within that price, North Branch has a contingency, because if, for example, the work in the locker rooms, the flooring work, when it was first done, I'm like, well, that's okay, but they were already on top of it. They're like, that's not up to our standards. They brought the same company back. That same company tried again. They weren't okay with that, so they brought in a different company. So that obviously cost North Branch more money, but they wanted to get the quality control. So they have their own contingency. We don't have our own contingency. So I said, I asked, kind of got some information. I said, what is a typical percent for contingency? Because we know we're going to go over, because when you're planning out a multi-million-dollar project that includes things that you can see and can't see in mechanical systems, there's just no way to get everything correct. So the number that was given to me was actually a percent. They said, sometimes it's good to plan on 7% of a contingency that you would want to have for the owners of the project. So that's where that came from. So for me, it's just that kind of guide. How close are, even though we didn't have that 7%,
Yeah.
how close are we to that at this point?
Well, that will help us for any potential GMS project, because I'm assuming this perhaps is a learning, right? That going, whatever we do for GMS or going forward, we should have that contingency.
Sorry, I think you're making a really good point, and when we had talked about it, because our goal was to bring this in as a project that the voters could support and rally behind. We purposely did not have it because we said we have a trust fund that we can tap into. We all know that that's now proven to be problematic because we tapped into it for other reasons. But, we did look at that and said, well, there is money here, and there is money in the maintenance budget for projects designated at the middle school. So we purposely did not park a 7%. Because if you remember, and I'll say this, Carrie Douglas at the meeting said, what is your contingency? And we said we didn't have one set aside. However, it wasn't like there wasn't an ability to respond to change orders that were gonna come up. And I think to Doug's point, we manage it pretty carefully. If you look at the stuff that's been denied, it's what I consider more cosmetic. The stuff that's been done is like, you gotta fix that. That's a code
Teachers
thing.
are having painting parties at LMS
exactly.
to paint the door frames.
Exactly, because we said we can't afford $17,000 in extra paint. So, and Jen wants it to look nice, and I said, I also want it to look nice. We can't afford $17,000 in paint. So now we have a painting party going on, which is beautiful that the teachers are rallying behind that. But I just, we're gonna hear I told you so about the contingency. And I just want us to remember, we stepped into this because we could have added $428,000 to the ask, but we didn't, because we wanted to deliver it and felt confident that we were going to be able to deliver. And if there was a whoops, we would have some backup. So,
Other questions on that?
There have been questions about the contract. I understand we were at the select board meeting, and I think we'll get into that later on, but there was a request for the contract, which I think was provided over that same night. Do you know what the reasons are behind that request, or what that's about?
There, I think, so nobody's given the reason why they asked for that, but it's a public document, so as soon as it was requested, we turned it over. There was a time delay in getting it there, but there was no attempt to not turn it over because it is a public document, right? And what I've heard is that if you look at the budget sheets and you look at questions that have come from a member of the budget committee, it's that what is the contract, who signed it, and how much was it for, and did it exceed the voter authorization? That's the question mark. So I think the reason for asking for it is, was it in excess of what was approved? I also did some homework on that. And if you go back to the Warren article, I think it was 6 last year, Warren Article 6 did not approve a cost of the project, and it did not approve a dollar amount for a North Branch contract. It approved a funding source to do a renovation project at the middle school.
It approved the municipal lease, right?
It approved the municipal lease, which you have to have a positive vote from the public in order to take out the lease.
Okay.
And we got the positive vote on that. And it talked about the middle school project, but in all the presentation material that was accompanying that, the cost of the lease plus operating cost savings would produce the payment, and would get us to the full cost of the project. So it was laid out to everybody, and I think I've gone back and looked at the documents, and 6.1 million is the amount that I'm seeing in there, plus the solar array on top of it. So it was really 7.5. Remember, the solar array, we immediately deducted out of it because that's covered by the PPA. But there's no massive discrepancy between the numbers that were presented and the final numbers that were signed, because the other thing was, it included ESSER funding, rebates from Eversource. Gosh, I'm trying to think. We actually planned to dip into the trust funds. I mean, all of that was articulated back in March. So So I'm speculating as to why it's been asked for with the other requests that we have. But again, looking at it, it was the amount, it was signed for roughly the amount that we had always articulated. There's no big difference.
And then we've sent that contract over so that the selectmen have it now.
That's correct. And I spoke with the town administrator yesterday, and I just wanted to just clarify, because there was a comment made that somebody had said that's none of your business. And nobody really knows where that came from, because the email thread is very clear, like, yeah, you can have that, not a problem. We're gonna turn that over. And so I nobody knows where that came from, but at no time did anybody from our office say none yet. It was communicated, so I'm not sure where that
Okay.
rumor started.
Well, good. All right, thank you.
You're welcome,
It's all
thank
been
you.
rectified. That night, they got what they needed.
And actually, I will get these change orders over to the budget committee because that's one of the questions that they had. So I will make sure to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you. So the next thing, if there's no more questions on that, is the financial reports. So those are for October, which is period 4, because our periods start in July, being the start of the fiscal year. So on there you have the expenditure reports, the revenue reports, the Fund 30, so you can kind of see the invoices that have come in for that, as well as where we stand for the reserve and trust funds. Reserve and trust funds, that hasn't changed since last September. I don't update it with the interest that comes in every month. I'll do that from time to time. But no money has come in, no money has gone out of those. And then we pull out the medical and dental there. So I don't know, as you looked at the reports, if there's anything that you had questions on for that, or anything that.
We had a note that medical and dental were over budget. And actually, I think that was validated by the report that we got from Holly today.
Yeah.
That basically that's where those big percent increases are coming from in the budget. It's because we under budgeted last year for medical and dental. We realized more cost, and it seems like we're we're over budget again this year.
Yep, so that's something that Holly's gonna transition to work into. She did a lot of work getting it all back to being all set for the budget for fiscal year '24, and then, as we were working through that, we realized that there was an under budget for fiscal year '23. So figuring out exactly how much that was under budgeted is her next step. And that should be covered by the health premium holiday. Obviously, we were looking to use the health premium holiday for something else. I think we will still have leftover from that to use, but that'll be a next number that we'll get to you as far as like where will this stand roughly at the end of the year.
Okay.
So Holly, well, I don't know, is this the time to discuss what Holly sent out this afternoon, or do we have other?
Soon, I think.
Okay.
Soon.
That may be under
Again,
the
I
budget.
just want
Right.
to reiterate that I really find the current layout for the reporting to be so helpful.
It's
So,
excellent.
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
so thank you.
Yeah, let me know if there's any suggestions too. I mean, because we're only 2 months into it, so,
It's not causing you a significant amount of more time, is it?
no, I press a lot
No.
of buttons and then it
that's
comes
okay.
up and then
All right, that's fine.
then I cut and paste the links and then
All right.
there we go.
All right, that's all.
Yeah, I mean, the main one that takes time is the Fund 30, because I'm looking at the invoices and adding them in. But I look at those invoices anyways, and everybody would want to look at those invoices, so that's a good thing to spend time on.
So another observation I had, fund number 10, which is the general fund, that we have spent 26% of the budget this year currently, and at this time last year, we had spent 24% of the budget. So we're pretty close, but a little bit more. I mean, we're not drastically far off. Are you concerned about that extra 2%, or?
No,
It seems fairly in line with last year.
yep. Yeah, no, I think it's close enough to last year not to have a concern over.
And then food service, a little bit more different. They they've spent 23% of their budget this year at this time versus 18% last year.
That's food prices.
But
That's food
yeah,
prices.
that's right.
Yep.
Yep.
And no more free meals.
Yes, true.
And then it also depends on when they get their commodities in, which although it's on the budget, there's no money
Yep.
that changes hand.
Yeah.
So
Yep.
they were going through, finishing up kind of their commodities from last year to a degree as well.
Okay.
And then they'll be getting some more in too. So in the meantime, they've been paying for other things, knowing that they have the whole span of the year to kind of get all the commodities in as well.
And then Fund 22, which is the grants. How are the grants budgeted? I know you had a note that you're clearing out the expired grant balances by December, so.
Yeah, those ones are trickier because
that right.
as you look through that, there are grants that are multi-year grants, where sometimes you're taking bites of each year. So, and then with the grants, a lot of the grants are either your special ed grants, which run through Sophia, or they would be, your professional development grants that, run through Mary. So they do a lot of the budgeting for that. A lot of it's consistent as far as, trying to use a certain amount for PD every year, or some positions are either fully grant funded or partially grant funded as well.
Pretty much everything go school fiscal year for grants, for those grants, or not necessarily?
No, not necessarily. So that's the trick, because
They could
have
be
some.
multi-year, but they could also
multi-year.
be a different
Yep.
timeframe. Okay.
So the main thing with the grants for special ed is it's supposed to not supplant what we spend money on for special ed, so it should be in addition to what we're already spending money on. So, which is great, because that's, every bit of money helps to make sure that we have the people in the right positions and the resources that those people need too.
Okay, thank you.
So one thing we have to, the tax rate was set for the town. So we have that rate. It is a total rate of $19.03, which last year it was $18.44. So it went up 3.2% from last year.
Do you know what it went up the year before? Actually, I think it's on Facebook somewhere.
I saw it on Facebook.
It's on Facebook. Did we skip energy costs?
Well, energy costs are kind of part of the budget, so I was looking to do the
Before I came, I was watching the news, and they're still talking about what's gonna happen. Like, I was like at 9% locked in, so nothing, we didn't feel anything over the summer, but now my contract's up and it's at 18 cents.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna sign it when I'm hearing 45, 36, but there's still no solid number anywhere.
No.
It's crippling to any family.
Yeah, so if anybody has questions on the
Yeah.
tax rate, we can do that, and then we're gonna kind of go into energy, because that kind of leads into kind of budget numbers as
Okay,
well.
sounds good.
I do have one question. Mr. Lynch mentioned at the select board meeting that the school, our budget would affect the town tax cap? I don't know if I heard that incorrectly.
He did say that, too.
But I would like to be clear, I didn't think our budget impacted the town tax cap at all. And can you verify or not
Except the
verify that?
SRO, right? That's not our budget,
It's not our budget.
but that would be the only intersection that I can think of is the
Did
resource.
you hear that?
I did.
And I feel like that needs to be clarified.
Well,
Do
it
you
was very confusing to us, because there's never been any consideration that our budget affects the town tax cap. I think the SRO is the only intersection, because
We only have one.
was voted on.
one SRO
Right.
is a town employee. Adding a second makes two town employees who are assigned, but they're police officers. They're under the police budget. We don't
have anything.
They're not in
So
our budget at
nothing
all.
related to the situation that we just went through will affect the town tax cap.
Nope.
Town tax cap, no, I would not think
Think
so.
so.
Yeah.
I just wanted to be clear on that, so.
My understanding of the
okay.
way it's calculated, it's like the town budget, not the school budget, it's separate.
Right.
the town budget, and there's a percentage, and that's what they have to work within. But, last year when we were in front of the budget committee, and if you remember, they had to vote against motions because they exceeded the
Yeah.
tax cap.
Right.
That wasn't the case with our budget, so.
Right, and that happened, that had,
John Brunel posted
This
that
year.
somewhere. I'll find it and share it.
What?
John Brunel posted it somewhere. I kind of glanced by it.
posted what?
That it's not an impact?
No, that about the tax rate and the percentage over the past few years.
Is it worth an email to Kim Kleiner about, to follow up on that question?
Tax
Yeah,
impact.
would you like me to do that, or?
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
the two of you can have that, I think that
I
makes
just don't want there to
sense.
be any confusion.
Right, I agree, Tara.
That our taxes aren't, yeah.
Again, we kind of had that conversation of we're separate entities, we're separate, it could be confusing to people in town because they get a tax bill from the town. But then that follow-up comment was a little bit confusing to me as well.
I was
I
very
will-
confused by that, so, okay, thank you.
I will seek to, because I think if, it'd be helpful if the select board clarified that at a select board meeting, since that's where the comment came from, so.
Yep.
Let me work with Kim to see if we can have that happen.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, so electric rates. So we can not extend our contractors. Our new contract starts this December and then goes till next December. So that's the one for 17 cents. We can add on after that with, again, when we go out, we get bids from multiple companies, and obviously go with the lowest one. So we can go out from there. The numbers we got today, we can kind of make a best decision on where to go. They won't be exactly the same tomorrow, because you have about a couple hours once they give you the rates to sign up on them. But they're always pretty close day by day. So one of the things that Mike and I were thinking was, it's always December to December where our budget obviously goes July through June type of thing. So does it make sense to go in 12-month increments, or would it make sense to go in 6 or 18 months increments?
They offer 18 months, because that's what I
got.
offered,
Yeah.
but now it's over.
So,
Or this time do 18 and then start
Right.
going 12, but going 12 July to June.
Yeah.
So that at least, because part of the problem is we're forecasting with a spike in December.
Yep.
And it's just, anyway.
yeah, and the 45 cents that we got didn't come from nowhere. It's if, not everyone gets to, I mean, we're a larger company and you can kind of bid in a different way to get better rates. And, but if you didn't bid and you were using just the electrical rates, they are projecting that those are going up to 45 cents. So we first originally budgeted with 45 cents, but when you do that, that just increases the budget to, just a large number that it's, when you're talking about 100,000 for one school to go up by, that's either a teacher or like 5 paras, and different things. You can look at it different ways. It's a large increase. So if we don't have to budget with 45 cents, that definitely makes more sense. So the rates we got, and, I asked started in 6 months because this December to next December already gets us out a year. So how much further do we want to go out, knowing that not too long ago, the rates were 6 cents a kilowatt hour. Now we're up to, starting this December, we'll be up to 17 cents a kilowatt hour. So we could extend by 6 months. So we'd go from next December to June, so pretty much all our fiscal year 24, and that extra 6 months would cost us pretty much 17 cents a kilowatt hour. It's 16.995. So, which is pretty obviously very, very close to the 17 cents. If we went out by 12 additional months, again, now we're talking about being out, locking ourselves into something 2 years from now, we're always at 17 cents for this December to next December, but for the next 12 months, we'd be at pretty much 13 and a half cents. And if we did 18 months, those 18 months would be at right around 14 cents. So if we go 24 months, then we're down to 12.8 cents, which right now sounds really good, but a couple of years ago, 12.8 cents wouldn't sound good. So do we want to lock ourselves up for when you talk about 24 months, it's 3 years. And to get out of a larger contract where it's not like a personal home, which is only using so much kilowatt hours, you can get out of these contracts, but they make the penalty
Unlike a
different.
home, they're like,
They make the penalty
Yeah.
a lot higher that it doesn't really make a lot of sense to get out. Unless you have a drastic change that you can go to.
So what about the amount that we budgeted for, I believe was 45 cents?
Yep.
For half a year. So it was 17 cents for July to December.
Yeah.
And then it was 45 cents after that. So,
Okay.
and if I'm hearing Doug correctly, we can pretty much lock in, you can do a 6-month
Yep.
add-on.
At 17, pretty much 17. So,
And, you know, my suggestion, we had talked about this,
Yeah.
but then Doug had to check with the guy today to figure
Yeah.
that out. But, you know, my suggestion is that we just try to get this to June.
right.
I know they dangle a more attractive rate, but this market right now is so
So
volatile.
volatile,
And
yeah.
we may end up paying more, we have to say that out loud, like, it may not be 12 cents. But I just feel like if we can just get ourselves on a
Yeah.
cycle that matches our budget, so that when we're plugging in, we're using one number and not
Yeah.
spiking.
I think
Right.
that is key too. We have to stabilize these energy costs. So if we can do that by locking
17
it
cents
in.
through June of 23. Or are you saying 24?
It would be through June of '24.
June of
Okay.
24.
So
So
that'll be the 18 months.
The
Okay, got it.
17
Yeah.
cents starts this December,
Yeah,
like next
and it'll
month.
go 18 months.
Yep.
Okay, got it.
And then it'll go 18 months,
Yeah.
it'll bring us
Right.
right through this whole budget.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And, you know, then we can start to
shop around
shop
again,
around
yeah.
as we
Yeah.
get closer to it.
Well, again, we can always shop around before too. Like if for whatever reason rates get down to around 6 cents again, we can
Pay the
lock those.
penalty and not.
Well, no,
lose
even
as much?
keep ours going and lock those in for later too.
Okay.
So,
Makes sense.
So does that bring down the amount that we budgeted for at 45 cents a kilowatt?
it will, we just gotta do the math because the electric bill is, and split up in, you know, the supply charge and demand
Yeah.
charge and transmission charge. And surprisingly, the bill is split up differently for CHS than it is for GMS. So we started working on the spreadsheet to try to see what we can bring, because we will definitely bring the budget down, which is
Yeah,
great
great.
news. And we're hoping just to transfer it over to GMS and start plugging in those numbers, but that was not the case.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So since we don't have those numbers tonight, is that the kind of thing that in December, I'm assuming will you both be at the budget committee meeting in
Oh,
December?
we're going to all of them.
Well,
Okay,
yeah, we got
good.
one tomorrow
All
night
right,
too,
good.
so.
Yes.
So the new numbers come
So
through.
you'll be able to bring those numbers and allow them to make those cuts then? Is that how?
Yeah, and I mean, the
that's how it's
goal
gonna
would
have
be
to
to
work, right?
hopefully bring them as early as tomorrow.
I think
Okay.
what might be helpful is if the board took 2 actions tonight. One is to authorize us to extend by the 6 months,
Correct.
right? So that we know that you're in favor of that. And then the second is to direct Doug to do the calculation to make a recommended cut. The board is recommending
Yes.
this cut to the budget
Yes.
committee. So even though you
More in
won't be
line
reducing the
with
number,
what's gonna happen
I want you to have credit for it.
It's not
because
inflated.
I want you to have credit. I feel like you're on top of this and you should be saying, even though it took a bit to get the actual number,
So
we're
we'll still
recommending.
approve whatever new bottom line today, but then make a motion to reduce it by that.
Right.
X amount.
Because we don't have final approval before deliberative. I mean, right? That's when everything is locked in and that's the final number and it is what
At
it is.
deliberative, but you,
A public
December
hearing.
1st, isn't it? We have to turn it over to the budget committee.
Right, but,
I don't think that's what Tina's talking about.
yeah,
At deliberative, it could get amended.
Oh,
And then once it's amended,
Yeah.
you have to meet right after that
Yeah.
deliberative.
yes.
then we
final
approve it.
budget
So
goes
things
out.
are still, I mean, there's still wiggle room
yeah.
throughout the budget.
But I think if tomorrow night, Tina, as the board rep, if Doug hands you a number and you say, on behalf of the board, we discussed it last time, on behalf of the board is.
Are you going?
Sorry,
Okay,
Heidi,
that's
so
all right.
on behalf of the board is recommending that we cut X.
Yep.
this is because of the extended contract. We locked in at a lower price, the 45 cents we've been able to take care of. I mean, they could have a motion to do something different, but I think if you make that motion in a
Just say we'll
second.
get the,
Yeah.
get the numbers, okay.
That's right, your CIP, I gotta keep track of where
Yeah,
everybody's
that's right.
going, I'm sorry.
Heidi's
Right.
my backup for tomorrow.
I got you,
for
thank you.
doing
So we
that.
need a motion.
Yeah.
Before that, have we run any of this by Dick Henry? I mean, he's the one who gave us the 45 cent rate, right?
He gave us the 45, based on what he's predicting Eversource to do, right?
Okay.
But he also said, call your guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so we've called the guy that we're locking in with. So remember,
Supplier?
Dick isn't a supplier, right? Dick
It's
is,
the supplier is that
but-
magic number.
he's the forecaster.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the supplier is the one who actually says, I can sign you a contract.
The only reason I'm
guaranteeing this."
asking is, I mean, clearly, obviously, he's forecasting 45 cents and he's getting that based off of his, years in the
Yeah,
in the
market
industry and
analysis,
whatnot.
yeah.
So if we can lock in at 17 cents, I presume he would say jump on that. But he doesn't think it's gonna go to, I guess you mentioned that it could go to 6 cents at some point. That doesn't seem like it's a realistic expectation, given the market at this point, but.
No, I don't necessarily believe it's gonna go to 6 cents anytime soon, either from talking with Dick in the past as well. But it was just at 6 cents not too long
Right,
ago.
yeah.
That's the tricky part. We were all at a great number not too long ago, and now it's jumping up. And when you go from 6 cents to 17 cents, I mean, that's like
Yeah.
triple.
I mean,
So,
short of some significant government intervention, I
Right.
don't see the costs decreasing.
Well, everything's just tied together more too with Europe and their demand, and
Yeah.
so.
And the way it's worked with Dick, he'll give us his opinion and what he's seeing and what the trend forecasts are. And we'll call, or we'll bid out to oil, and we'll call back and say, we got this. He's like, take it.
Yeah.
Like, so he's confirming that what we're finding, and with the electric, he said, take the 17.
He did,
If
okay.
he's saying 45 and we can extend it 17, he's gonna say,
Take
take
Get
it.
it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because we never know what Eversource is gonna do. That's the reason we're all leaving Eversource and finding other suppliers.
I just like the idea that it is set and we
Yeah.
can budget
Yeah.
and we can have a clear number. And then it gives us time to look elsewhere and see what the next 18 months brings.
I will make a motion to authorize Mike and Doug to sign the contract with Eversource for 17 kilowatt hours for the next 18 months.
Or to extend the
To ex-
existing.
Extend the
Well,
existing
it's not really
contract.
yeah, because it's not the existing, because when they go out to bid, there's different energy companies that come in, so like, I don't know if our current one's with Direct and this one is with somebody else, so
Oh, okay.
it's to look to
Motion
enter
to make
into
a
a s-
contract
a s-
from
From
January of
December of
24 to, yeah, December 24.
6-month contract starting in
to
December
June
of
20
of
yeah,
23.
23, 24.
So is it 18 months?
6 months.
It's
Because
6
we've already
months.
done 12, we're adding 6, so we're at a total of 18. So
All right.
but I think it's to enter into an energy supply contract
At,
from December of 23 to June of 24
At or
at
around.
at a competitive rate. And you know, I mean, the guy tomorrow could be up a penny, but.
right, right.
What he said.
Yep.
Yep.
That's the motion that's the
Hopefully what
motion
she
I will
wrote.
make.
I got it.
Thanks,
All
Michelle.
those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstained.
Tara, did you second?
I second.
You say. Okay, got it.
And then the second motion, if you would, just to
right.
authorize us to deliver a
New energy
a
number.
cut
Yeah.
Deliver a
from the board to the budget committee
Recommended
tomorrow.
reduction.
Yep.
Make a motion to authorize Mike and Doug to bring a recommended reduction from the school board for the new amount of the energy costs. Electric
Electric
costs.
costs. Yep.
For the FY '24 budget.
second that? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstained, 400.
All right, so before we talk about the rest of fiscal year '24 budget, you'll notice that there was part of a manifest which was newer today. That's because between this and the next board meeting, there's 3 weeks, so we wanted to make sure we were not late on things. So Ann ran more manifests today, just so we'd be sure of that. So thank you for the last minute and kind of looking those over and signing those as well. So with the budget, there was we have an easier part to kind of work through, and then we can kind of go through other parts as well. So while Holly was going over the budget, she mentioned an addition of a severance that came in on the last day that they were allowed to bring in their severance. So that was talked about. We just never made a motion to accept that or not to accept that. Probably because sometimes when we made motions, it was 9 o'clock at night, so, but here we are. So that impacted 3 lines, and it's impacting the district-wide regular education lines, because it's not, we don't associate it at this time with any one school, because they could be coming from multiple schools. So that went out in that November report, so if you scroll all the way down to the bottom, that's the table at the bottom, and those last 3 things, which hopefully you can kind of see. You can see that there's an addition in the education salaries due to that one more severance, so a total of 4, of $34,633. There's also an addition of $6,802 to teacher retirement, again due to that severance. And the next one is a little bit tricky. There is, the severance got added in, but the FICA number to start off with was not the correct number. So this change is actually a negative change. So obviously the severance would make it positive, but the FICA number to start off with was not correct. It should have been lower. So it's a change of decreasing the budget of $10,036.
So we need a
What's the
motion to
net?
accept
So
those?
what's the net of all 3 of those? I don't,
So the net of all
is it the 24,503? No, that's the overall budget.
is,
Or do you need or want 3 separate motions?
I mean, I'm fine with one. It's just a little bit trickier because it had the negative coming too.
Yeah.
So that's the only reason I spread it out. Normally, I would like to lump it together.
Okay.
I mean, the net is $31,399.
So that's a,
$399.
that's a I don't know,
Altogether,
add
it's
to
an
the budget.
add of
399,000.
$31,399.
Okay, I'll make a motion to increase the severance, 3 lines of the severance for $31,399 to ensure we can meet the contractual obligations.
Second. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstained? 400.
So is that then okay, never mind.
Were we also gonna talk about maybe a potential fund for teacher retirements? That comes later though, right? Cause that would be a potential warrant, right?
Michelle and I began conversation today
Okay.
about starting to draft the warrant, and that's one of the things that
Okay.
I'm going to seek input from Gordon
Yeah.
on how other districts have managed that, because
Severance,
it-
trust fund.
I mean, it's like we're raising the same money over and over again,
Right.
and
Yeah,
I
okay,
think we can find a way to mitigate it.
Okay.
okay.
So the next thing to talk about with the budget could be, Holly sent out today that, she went in this morning and put in the actual rates now that we know how much they went up, for both dental and health. And, there was an overall increase as you looked at the bottom number. So that overall increase was $43,393.
43,000.
I had a question about her reports. Basically, where do they fit in the book? I think they're under the HR tab, but we only had one report. We had the food service, fund and then the general fund, and now she's given us three reports, so.
Yeah, so some of the reports were used just to kind of give you more resources, break it down a little bit more clear. And then the one that was multiple pages, that would be the one that would replace
I think it's like 40
your budget book. So if you go,
That 45 pager, that encompasses everything.
everything, so if you go to the back of
Except
your
the
budget
food
book,
service one, right?
Yeah, except food service.
and the
Okay.
first 3 pages of that are food service, so keep food service the same, but then after that,
Okay,
it's the same 45 pages, except now with different numbers for medical and dental.
okay,
And now, instead of being a lump sum at the bottom, it's specific to each spot.
okay, so that last comment made me question now.
So if you if you're in your budget book, and you're all the way at the back, and you're on page 44,
This is now my third section in here, okay.
so page 44,
Yep,
and on there, there's district-wide benefits. And that's where she put the placeholder of a health increase of 10%. So that $243,509. Now that 10% would be spread out in the whole budget. So what she's put in here now, though, is the actual numbers in the budget. So there's no longer a placeholder for that 10%, because the actual numbers that we will be paying out next year are now encompassed throughout the budget. So as you look at the GMS teachers, their health insurance all went up. The LMS teachers, their health insurance went up. So you got the money spread out through the budget, but now taking out from the back of the budget, because we know specifically what to budget for.
As an aside, before tomorrow night, can I get a final copy of what the budget's gonna look like with all of these changes in it?
Yeah.
Going to budget committee? I mean, I assume we're gonna get that to circulate, is that correct?
Are you talking about like paper copy, or just an overall where we stand with the budget?
Well, I guess
I
because
think
we
that-
just talked about the 17 cent, that
we need
changes.
a spreadsheet, cause
What
here-
changes have
'cause
happened?
if you just get it, the budget committee won't have it, so I feel
Right.
like we need a spreadsheet saying, this is what you were given, these are the changes that have been made.
Yeah, yeah, so similar to what was at the bottom of my report for
Yes.
November.
Exactly.
I'm now just adding things to
Okay.
that.
Yeah, I just
Perfect.
wanna make it clear for the purposes of the budget committee so that they
Yeah.
understand all the different changes that have happened, but also for myself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot of different moving parts to this, which we knew and which we expected, but it's, I don't wanna take pieces of one budget, but then not have that piece actually be the most updated and revised portion.
Yeah, so with that addition, voted on that addition of the 43,393, that would bring our budget, and again, I'll send this out to people, so I don't expect you to memorize it, but up to 24,546,534. So, which is an increase of 5.08%.
0.85%.
Can you repeat that?
5.08.
Can you repeat that new budget number?
The new budget number,
24 million.
24,546,534.
Thank you.
And that's an increase from the budget we had seen before or over last year? Well,
It's,
over last year.
that percent increase is over last year's budget, and both are still an increase over last year and from what you saw before.
Okay. I am going to make a motion, if that's okay, for the budget. I'm going to make a motion to add $94,878.
43,000.
43,393.
43,393.
No, that's not what I'm doing. I'm sorry. Do you
Oh.
need a motion to
I
add
do,
the
I do
dental?
need, I would like a motion.
Okay, sorry.
Now, if people are
I'll
comfortable
also
with
make that motion.
Okay.
43,000, what was the
$43,393.
$393 for the changes in the dental and health, now that we know what those cost?
I'll second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
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 4-0, opposed, abstained, 4-0-0.
So just to clarify on that summary sheet from Holly, that had the health yearly costs on it, the Excel sheet, and it says percent increase FY '23 to FY '24, 26.5%. You're both gonna be prepared to speak to that tomorrow night, I assume? Is that right?
Yeah, we'll spend some more time with Holly tomorrow, and be prepared to speak to that. And part of that is the health premium holiday
Yeah.
was a lot more
Yeah.
this past year than it's gonna be in fiscal year '24. Fiscal year '24, it's down to like 20,000, where before it was, if we're looking at that, I think they were using like the 200,000.
Yeah.
So that itself is just
Yeah,
increasing
for sure.
the effective or what people are
Yeah.
having to pay. But yeah,
I imagine there'll be
we'll
questions.
break down that percent, yep.
Thank you.
You already know what the health holiday, whatever, holiday credit's gonna be this year?
For next year. Yeah, for kind of for this year, but we get, it applies to our July statement in the next fiscal year.
And you already know that for this coming
Yeah.
July?
Yep.
Okay.
It was in the rate letter, I believe, so that's,
Oh,
they
okay.
disclose that.
Oh, okay.
And just FYI, everybody's health
Yeah.
holidays are down. This is not a Litchfield thing. This is just across the board. The medical profession with delayed surgeries and delayed things from COVID, it's now all coming home.
Yep.
So,
Okay.
Are we all set with dental and health?
Yep.
Okay. Now I'd like to make a motion to add $94,878 back into the budget, to restore the full-time music teacher, which wasn't previously included in the budget.
I'll second for discussion.
Thank you.
How much is it again?
$94,878.
Got that right. Okay.
That includes the salaries and benefits. My reasoning is because, well, I mean, I was against the RIF in the first place. I think the program is coming back, as evidenced by the fact that I just attended a rehearsal for the play with over 100 students in attendance, plus 20 crew members, and 4 exemplary staff members working on one project together. I think riffing one music teacher, I think it would be at the middle school, and I think that the middle school has worked really hard to increase their numbers over the past few years. We've last year added in general music for 7th graders, which I think opens up a lot of opportunity for children who, are interested in music, but not necessarily on taking on an instrument in 5th grade and continuing all the way up through, or singing in chorus in 5th grade and continuing all the way up through. I think the people who spoke this evening and the emails that we received show great community support for the department and for the program, and I think losing another teacher will cripple the program further and prevent from future growth. I did not know. I'm thankful for Mrs. Goldstein coming and talking about what other districts do, how the other districts have, much greater music programs, not just instrumental and choral, but music theory, music, composition and performance. And I think we're limiting that department unnecessarily. I think we can be creative and fit more options in for kids by not diluting the enrollment, like Mrs. Goldstein pointed out. If we, like we did with the AP courses, when we decided to offer them every other year as a rotating cycle, I think we've had larger class numbers in those classes, and I think if we do something similar with the percussion, the guitar, the piano, all of those other general music classes, I think we'll see bigger enrollment in those classes as well. So for that reason, I made a motion to restore that role, that position.
I really struggle with, I'm just gonna jump in, I really struggle with this a lot, because I feel the passion and I feel I feel how important it is to a lot of families in town, and I agree with the importance to many students. I really do. I think if I can respond to a couple of things that were said in comments earlier, there was a conversation about athletics and the increase of that position. I think it's important to note that's not in this budget.
That is correct.
There is not a proposal to have an increase. I understand it's been asked by those at CHS, but that has not been proposed in the superintendent's budget that came to us, and nor have we had a conversation, or at least have we voted to put that into, we've received information about it, but we have not voted to put that into the budget. So in terms of,
We have one gym teacher who teaches health as well. I'm assuming Shannon Zepan is our only high school gym teacher.
there is a part-time.
Which isn't filled, right.
Part-time.
And Josh, the AD, has to teach 4 classes.
Correct. So there is a proposal there, but that is.
It's not included right now in the budget.
Right, and so when the comparison is you're increasing athletics and sports and PE, I hate that those two seem to continuously be pitted against each other in this town. I understand it, I absolutely understand it, but I hate that it's there.
Because I personally don't think music students are any smarter than a regular student who does athletics. I don't. I just don't.
I don't think that was the intent of those comments. I think the intent was to show that music benefits all students. And limiting.
So doesn't physical activity.
I agree.
I want to use your words, Tina. We need to trust the professionals, and this is what the professionals have told us.
That's why I'd like to bring it back to actually Dr. Jetty,
Yeah,
to
because-
reiterate, like, bring
I
us
wanna
back
know-
to,
I want to know why we have whoever's left at the middle school teaching general music, band, and chorus, because that's what it sounds like to me.
I'm sorry.
So
I'm
that's 3
interrupting the
different,
meeting
that's
with it.
insane.
can you talk again
Yeah.
about
Why?
how this recommendation came about?
'Cause I have a
Because from what
problem
I
with that.
understood about the whole process is, the first step of it was talking to the teachers. Obviously, nobody wants to see their position go, but the discussion started with the staff and then went to the principals,
So, first of all, this is not the first year. This has been an ongoing discussion. I think this is not being presented in a vacuum. It's being presented, we heard about Phil and Jill when there were 1,600 students in the district,
They were dynamic.
and we now are projecting 1,100 or 1,200. So there's been a declining enrollment. And with declining enrollment, we've reduced the number of teachers at the elementary school, depending on how many students there are in the classes. We've reduced teachers at the middle school, and we've reduced teachers at the high school. It's just the nature of declining enrollment that is sort of behind this. The other piece, and a couple of things that I just want to say. I mean, I played baritone, horn, and band in high school. I get it. I do. I also acted in the play. And so that's it. This is not about, I'm passionate about that stuff also, but in the end, we have to make cuts based on the enrollment and based upon what is being asked of us by the budget committee. Because our budget is up significantly.
But contractually, can we ask a middle school teacher to teach band, chorus, and general music? Doesn't that mean she gets 3?
So there are.
I'm all confused
There are
about
ways
that
to do
because
it
that's
within,
not right.
there are ways to do it within the contract language. Your middle school principal has said that
Yeah.
she can meet student needs, without a second position there. She
It's
knows the
obvious
schedule.
it's growing.
I
And-
understand that, but
and-
I also understand that what I believe she said was we can offer music in best.
Supplement what she said.
With the best block, which is what they're doing
So
now. I mean,
would they not have
I
to
did not
show-
include best, by the way, on the sheet that I
So
gave you.
would they still have 5th grade general music and 7th grade general music?
I'm not certain of what Jen's plan is. I
So
would
that's
have
my
to-
question.
My gut is no, because I don't think one person could do both.
They used to have 2 full-time music teachers at the middle school.
Right, but one taught band,
One
when did
taught-
kids stop having music? I thought it was fifth grade.
It used to be that they only had music in 5th grade.
And then you never got gym if you played an instrument, which is another deterrent.
Right.
I
shouldn't
will
be
also,
No.
I mean, I do bring, so what bias I bring to this is, and part of the reason why I wanted to look at the peer cohort is, as principal for 10 years of Merrimack Valley High School, we had a very successful music department with one teacher, 800 kids. I had one music teacher. There was one music teacher at the middle school, 600 kids. That's 1,400 students, bigger than our district with 2 teachers. We had a marching band I had 90 kids in the band, 90 kids in the
Right.
chorus, a marching band on the field. I'm just saying that it's not always about the number of people, it's about the right people and what is being asked. And, there are stipends to go along with supplementing people's salaries. If you're gonna do a marching band, that, has to be something that's available. But I'm just saying, I don't feel when I look at the numbers that it's an unreasonable ask in the grand scheme of what we're being asked to do with reductions. And
I also
Doug, I
think-
don't know if you want to talk, Bo, do you remember the numbers in Bo? for
Yeah,
music?
so, and I'm also for music as well. It was one time I worked at a school for 2 years and they didn't have music. And then I got hired in Bow and I was walking down the hall and the music was playing from the band. I'm like, this is awesome. This is what I was missing too, type of thing. So music, it has always been important to me. My kids have been involved with it too. But in Bow, which has 550 students at the middle school, and next year the middle school here is projected to be at 350 students. If you just look at like their specials or their unified arts, like right now they pretty much have the same amount of teachers. So tech ed, here there's 2 PE teachers. We had their PE and what we called a healthy living teacher. When we couldn't hire a fax teacher, we morphed it into what we called healthy living. Computer, art. And there we do have 2, Bo has 2 music. Sometimes I say there because I also live there. Bo has 2 music teachers and here has 2 music teachers. But again, 550 students compared to 350 students. So it's hard making these choices because music, like sports, like other things, from the people who talk tonight, it's an impact to their life. It's who they are. It's one of the reasons why they come to school.
Right.
And it's a big part of why they come to school. And I think that's why it's important to note that, we're not looking to go down to less than 1 at each school. It was down to 1 at each school. And it's not an easy decision to make because it does benefit kids and it is a universal thing too. I used to teach math and I used to tell the kids math is the #1 language, but I also tell them actually music is in a way too, because everyone just listens to music and it connects people and it's uplifting and there's just a lot to it.
And I understand the numbers aspect of it. Yes, we have declining enrollment, but I really think that riffing a music teacher, and it would be a reduction at the middle school, as staff members, position wise, not as people wise. I think that will be a detriment to many students, and I'm here to support them on their behalf. So I stand by my motion.
And I don't disagree with your passion or you making that motion in any way, shape, or form. And I guess I would just say it's not an easy decision. But I struggle with where we are with enrollment numbers. I had thought we already kind of did a peer cohort analysis. It was my understanding, I don't think we have the official on a spreadsheet, but that based off of our peer cohort sizes, that 1 teacher per elementary, middle school, and high school was fairly common. Does that sound right?
For me, I think going down at the middle school, the fact that we would lose a general music class in 7th grade that really just breaks my heart, because I think you know, to have general music in 5th grade is a great thing for the kids who are coming up, you know, coming up.
Absolutely should have it.
They absolutely should have it. But then for the students who don't elect to play an instrument because they want to take it, you know, they've looked at this, the way we schedule UAs at the middle school, and they know that if I take band, I can't take these other things. Or if I take chorus, I can't take these other things. Not offering general music for those kids, again, until they get to 9th grade, I think that is a big lost opportunity.
That's another thing I'd like to know, like, most kids get it up till 6th grade, I would think, in a regular grammar school. I know my school is 6 through 8, we don't have a general music class at all, but they have band and chorus.
Do all schools, I'm sorry, do all schools have band and music? I just feel like my kids, they were never into band or music. I mean,
Because they couldn't take gym.
I did chorus and I did theater, and my kids loved the keyboard class. But they weren't into, not into chorus or band. They did chorus in elementary. But I'm just wondering, for me, band and chorus has not been on their radar at all. And so really, what are the other options? I mean, they are taking a guitar class right now in high school. One of them is taking a guitar class. And, we all say COVID killed music, but you know what? That's one thing my kids did during COVID. Because they couldn't do athletic things, I signed them up for lessons. So
In piano's big now.
I know enrollment's down. I do wonder about a pep band. I've been passionate about it, trying to get that, because I think it would be great for kids to be involved in activities together. Those who play instruments coming to the games, or I don't know, but I feel like there's something structurally that has to change.
I agree with you. And I think if we and I've been in this position before, and I voted to cut the teacher. And the program never came back. So
Some of it was the teachers, though.
but that shouldn't matter. It's a position, not the teachers, right?
I don't know.
And so when it was French, and we had low enrollment in French, I voted to save the money in the budget and cut the French teacher and only offer Spanish, and those kids missed out, as far as I know, and it's never come back.
Tina, I agree with you. French has not come back, but Spanish has.
I know, and that's the other. I mean,
Right.
that's kind of the other thing of it too.
It did.
We have 2 Spanish teachers now and 2
should we
gym
cut-
teachers. I'm not saying we should cut them. No,
Not too gen-
we don't have two gym teachers at
teachers.
LMS.
Well, you have a health teacher and you have a PE
Right.
teacher. So
And I think that might be a great solution for the high school as well, to have a health teacher and a PE teacher. But that's how my high school of a very similar size was run. We had 1 PE teacher and 1 health teacher.
Did you have an AD?
No,
Who ran the sports?
it was a stipended position.
So my thought, I'm curious, and again, I'm not amending your motion in any way,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I'm just throwing out other ideas and alternatives. So one of the things that I heard or read this weekend was the belief that as a board or a district, we're not committed to building the program, and I don't see the riffing of the 4th teacher as being indicative or mutually exclusive with supporting the program. I think there are ways that we can support building the program and unfortunately still have to riff a teacher. I think there's a way to do both. And so in my head, I'm just throwing it out loud, even though it's, I don't know, maybe it's a silly idea, but is there a way to put, it's $94,878, is there a way that we could put $15,000 more towards the music program? So if they wanted to get the lights or the sound system, or if they wanted to get the equipment, or they wanted more stipended positions to be able to do more plays, is there a way to, I don't want to say
Band for stipend.
yeah, a pep band. Is there a way to stipend, to provide more financial support for the arts and the music program without necessarily keeping the teacher? Or would the response back to be that's too little, number one, and number two, the best way to do it is with a person, a human, a teacher and it's not enough. And that may be the response, but again, I'm just sort of formulating this as I'm sitting
Look at the
here.
change with Val running things. It's been a dud before Val stepped in.
Right.
No offense to that person.
But the other thing is, you know, to add a stipend onto three, you know, I'm thinking ahead, you know, if this position is cut, you have 3 teachers and you're offering stipends. Well, a teacher can only do so many things.
And if a teacher can't do it, we look to the community as we do with other co-curriculars.
And those positions then don't get filled.
What positions? The stipend ones?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the past 2 years.
I don't necessarily agree with that.
You paid a stipend
For Hunter.
thank you.
Yeah.
For Hunter, how'd that work out?
We paid a stipend for our JV, our coaches, our varsity coaches and everything.
Yeah.
And we haven't, well, we got rid of JV sports because there wasn't interest, so they didn't get their stipend.
But we're talking performing arts,
Yep.
you paid a stipend.
We kept a 4th teacher so we could grow the program. That was on the board last year, was to cut the 4th
Yes, we
teacher.
did, and it worked. Our
At the
numbers
middle
are
school.
at the middle school and
Yep.
at the high school. We have higher percentages this year enrolled in music classes than we did
Just
last year.
to
It is 8
hit
o'clock.
Kathy's point, because she is reminding us that we had a stipend, but it's the same stipend that
Yes.
is available to all the folks doing the Oz stuff this year. So there was no
There's no
increase in
budget
that.
cut there.
So it's just a spirit that is different this year than it was. But the stipend,
But I also think the spirit, it's very beneficial to have someone in the school like Jim talked about. You know, when Jill was doing the show, she was talking to every student. How can
Correct.
we get you involved? And I think Val has that spirit, and she's bringing that forward. It's very different to have someone who's not in the schools talking to the kids
But
to
can't
get those
Brittany
kids
do that
excited.
too?
well,
Whoever the CHS music
I would
teacher
just
is.
say,
Right.
it's on us. The challenge back to the administrative team is to hire the right person.
Yes,
That's the challenge, because
Absolutely.
with the same stipend, we hired somebody, and we had a result, and then we hired somebody different, and we have a different result, so it's about who we hire.
it's about finding the
And
right person.
The challenge back to us, I mean, some of the points that, were made tonight, you know, will the board entertain running a class with 2 students in it, regardless of the title?
Classes have
And-
less than 15 kids.
And the answer is no, we're not running a class with 2 students in it. I understand, but when you have real specialty things, I mean, that's highly individualized, and that's not,
So I'd also like to
And it
point
doesn't matter.
out that the growth we've seen has not been in band. And there's only been 3 additional people in chorus. The growth we've seen is intro to world drumming,
The kids you saw.
piano, guitar.
Right.
And those aren't on the those are not gonna be impacted.
Those are music classes that anyone can take. The kids who take band and who take chorus start in 5th grade and they work all the way up through middle school. If we reduce a position at the middle school where those choices are being made, we won't see higher enrollment in the high school. You're not going to get higher enrollment in band and in 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th grade if you're not encouraging kids at the middle school to join those classes.
We have 18 kids in 7-8 band, and we have 30 at the high school.
which is
But-
a 9-12 band.
Yeah.
But the 7th and 8th grade band were there last year. You want to
There were
look at
15 of them
you
last
want to
year.
look at the 5th and 6th grade band and chorus. Mostly
9
the
and
5th
7.
grade.
28 is 5th grade this year, which is outstanding.
Right. So we want
But
to
then we have
encourage
9 and 7 coming up. Or 9.
in what?
In band. 6, there's only 9 kids.
Coming up to where?
When they come up to the high school.
Yes, because they haven't been, because those are the kids that have survived the COVID bust, right? This is the first year that they've been back to playing normally, giving normal performances, and it's not until next year that we're going to see a bump at the high school.
Of 9 or 10 kids in the band.
Kids don't pick up an instrument in 9th and 10th grade.
No, so there are in 7 and 8 combined, there are 18 kids. So it could be 9 and 9, 10 and 8.
Be 18 and 3.
Could be 18, no, it could be 15 and 3.
Yeah.
But then the year after, there's only 9 kids, and that stinks. Well, they can pick up a guitar. I really like the idea of alternating, like the
Our sign-up
stuff,
stuff.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that idea too.
My next,
I don't know.
Again,
Just-
typically the department drives schedule offerings. I mean, that should be the music department.
Right. I
Even if
agree.
it's a
You
department
No,
of one,
we're alternating AP classes
Right.
now.
and departments drive that. That's,
But this,
No.
can I ask, is there's CTE and there's for Pinkerton and Alvern, is that something that it can be offered with music classes or music theory or composition? If a student wanted to take that at Pinkerton?
at CTE.
Yeah, so is there, I mean, I know it's not necessarily CTE, but we have students that go to Pinkerton, we have students that go to, so my understanding is with a smaller school, when we can't offer everything, we try to outsource it as best we can. If we can't, if we don't have the resources and the numbers to support it being in-house, is that something we could look into as a way to supplement the high school, at least in terms of composition and music theory, which sound like they're important classes for anyone who wants to major in that?
absolutely, that was shocking to me.
We could, so CTE, I'm not so sure, because those courses are specific, and then if the students are there, could they access another class? That's a whole different tuition question for
Yeah.
another school, because you're not leveraging the Pell Grants that support CTE, et cetera. So that's, we'd have to explore that, but it certainly is something we could look at doing. And then the other is with all of the ELO opportunities that exist for students. I mean, a lot of the students are taking private music lessons and other experiences, so.
What
but
does
that-
ELO stand for? Sorry.
Extended learning
Thank you.
opportunities. So it's finding,
Like creating their own.
it's like a learn everywhere model
Yep.
if there's something that's there. But again, that doesn't help us per se, but in terms of these numbers and staffing.
Does VLAX also offer music theory?
Let me
I
check
was
that.
looking, I can't find it on theirs right now.
Okay, thank you,
We
Doug.
do have music theory in our catalog. The PERC committee approved that.
But it just
The board
hasn't-
approved that.
But it hasn't
course,
been
but it
offered
hasn't
in
been
years.
I don't know if it's been
Months.
offered or, you
If
know,
they
if
can't
it were
teach it.
something that they offer every other
Who
year.
makes that decision?
It's the department. I mean,
yeah.
the science department says, these are the courses we're gonna run, and they've got their rotation with AP this and AP that and all of that.
So the music department makes the decision as to whether or not they're gonna
Correct.
run music theory and composition and whatnot.
Yeah, and I can, request for music, let me see if there were requests for music theory last year, so let me try to pull that up.
I know Mrs. Grantham's gonna hate me, I just can't see, I was just talking to Tina, there, even if they combined band 5-6 and band 7-8, chorus 5-6, chorus 7-8, one of the numbers is huge. But how can there be 5 fifth-grade classes, or 4 fifth-grade classes? That's 8 classes.
Yeah, but if it's a quarter,
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
semester, so they're not,
Yeah.
if it's part, you know, so it's only part of the year, but it provides the exposure. I think that gives I mean, again, we're providing the administrative team with a charge to try to give
So there's one per quarter.
general
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
music to as many students as possible.
But that doesn't include 7th.
Right.
so to answer the board's question, I'm looking at class requests from last year. Music exploration is a class, I don't honestly know what that means.
Yeah.
But there were 5 requests for it, so it didn't run, because 5 is not enough.
Right.
And music theory had 2 requests, and it didn't run. Now, I get it. There are 2 students who desperately wanted music theory who didn't get it. But if you want me to go through the rest of the list of all the
But I
singletons, there are other things that kids asked for that they didn't get because
Right.
the numbers are too
And
small.
that happens in everything. But I think Amy Goldstein is spot on in that when you open up the entire catalog to kids, you're gonna get a smattering of kids asking for everything. And so I think we need to streamline that process in all of our departments. My daughter wanted to take, I don't know, creative writing and it's a mystery, but they don't run at the same time. So she missed out on one of those classes.
I definitely think that's good feedback to take back to
Definitely.
to counseling, to Val, as well as for scheduling purposes, as well as to the departments, so that they, that could be a topic of conversation, at least at the high school.
And maybe this is a partnership opportunity where we look to neighboring schools, because there may be some opportunity that exists for something like that, but the course is not running. An engineering course didn't run because it was under-enrolled.
Right.
Shop class didn't run, child development didn't run, we all need that. And natural disasters didn't run. So there were under-enrolled courses that we just could not offer.
Right. And again, I think the high school, with one teacher, I think it's doable. If you were to limit, and you would see
There's a
higher
lot,
enrollment if
right.
we were to limit the offerings. The middle school is where my concern is, and I love Jen and I trust her, but I don't see how one person can teach band and chorus for 4 grades and teach general music for 5th and general music for 7th. I just don't see it. And I feel like
7th will be cut.
And I feel like 7th grade general music is important. Kate's shaking her head. Do you want to go to public comment?
Oh, it's 8:00. Almost, let's wrap this up.
Was there any discussion about making the position part-time? Why?
There was discussion about
Okay.
that, so that was not overlooked, but in the end,
At the middle school.
yeah, it was, the recommendation was what you saw.
Mm-hmm.
It was not included.
Okay, I think we're ready to vote, right?
There was no second. Oh, you had a second?
I
Yep.
seconded for discussion, yeah.
Okay.
Well, I feel like oh,
my head is pounding.
I think we should look at these numbers.
I always thought
Tina
Paul was
mentioned
our
that
cohort.
at the middle school, the percents have gone up. Was that what you said? Oh,
At the high
so you
school,
said
the
at the high school, the
percentage has gone
percents have gone up. So it's percent of total enrollment last year
Yes.
to
Right.
this year, 26 to 33%. So that's 9% up.
And, 25 more students than last year.
Could be the same
20.
students, but they're taking more classes, which is.
But the
good.
4 years back, it was 186. We're now down to 137. It was worse the years of the pandemic, of course, 112, 127. So we are nowhere near close to 3 years ago.
And we won't be if we cut a position.
But it will just be general music, 7th grade music. We're not cutting the music in the 5th grade, but I don't know.
I don't need to say anymore. You all know where I'm coming from.
I know it's not public input, but you're missing a piece of the conversation.
Okay.
It's not public input right now. Would you like to come up?
I would
Can she
like
do
to
it
hear
now?
the piece of information.
If she has a piece that we're missing, we can
Yes,
try to
please
hear it.
come up. You are welcome to come up. Please state your name and your address, ma'am.
Kate Stevens, 9 Evergreen Circle. The piece that you're missing is Mrs. Magoon is at the elementary school now.
Yes.
These kids in middle school now didn't have Mrs. Magoon. She's breathing new life into that program that is not going to be lost when the kids go to 5th grade. There's
Oh, we
going to be
can
all
see
these.
it.
How many kids are in chorus in elementary school now? It's like 100 kids or something.
Yeah.
And
You
they're
think at
38
5th
in
grade they're going to be
grade.
like, no thanks, I don't want to do that anymore.
Yeah.
What was the chorus enrollment before Mrs. Magoon? Was it
We
like
can tell
30?
you that.
Chorus enrollment before Mrs. Magoon. So
We don't have GMS numbers.
No, but they
No.
came up to
You look
5th
at-
grade.
15. So
Oh, okay.
chorus 5, 6, and 2021 was 15. And then in 21,
I have
22, it was
19.
19.
No.
And now it's 38.
That's her.
That's 5, 6.
Yeah.
That's and those kids didn't have Mrs. Magoon.
The
The
15
38
and
did.
19 kids.
The 38 did.
Right, so you see that
Yeah.
bump in enrollment. So I think a big reason why music has not been huge in this district is because the elementary school music program was, it was fine, but it wasn't what Mrs. Magoon has brought to the district.
And no disagreement here.
So I think you are being short-sighted to think that that program is going to continue with the same enrollment that you're seeing right now.
So let me ask you this, if we put a full-time music teacher, well, does that mean, we're gonna have to get rid of another?
Nope, she's proposing to add $94,000 to the budget.
Yeah.
And we'll update the budget committee tomorrow that's been added back in, so that's, you're not swapping, you're
Yeah.
adding.
But do we have any estimate as to what that decrease from the 17 cent to the 45 cents is? For the 6 months of
Good point. Will it,
That would
will it
energy?
cover this?
It's,
Yeah, no, not yet, so.
Is it 94,000?
can I shoot from the hip?
Well, the bottom line is it's about the need.
You not want
okay?
me to
And
shoot
if
from the
we
hip?
agree that-
Because I'll,
No, because we looked into, it's not that much.
okay,
down.
never mind.
Thank
I
you.
won't
Okay.
shoot from the
But
hip.
it is down.
Can the reserve be used?
New classes.
I would,
Really, the
Really.
reserve is for an unanticipated. This is about,
Yeah.
this is
Yeah, I
about
was just-
programmatic
It's
decision
about
and.
maintaining
Picking
current
things out of
staffing
air,
levels.
trying to.
I think that's the big kindergarten
Yeah.
class that we're
Yeah, I
not
agree.
expecting.
The
We've
first
gotta be
grade class
careful
or
not to
whatever.
touch that.
Yeah. I just,
if we do this, I'd like the teacher to be able to go between two schools if the numbers jump. Do you know what I mean?
well, and that's the thing, we would have 4 music teachers in the district, right? And we go from there.
What, just to caution though,
Mm-hmm.
what we learned about having teachers, go from school to school is they
Not
teach
ideal.
less.
Yeah.
Because the schedules don't align, there's a travel component, and that ends up taking up teaching time.
Yeah.
So,
But if there's a
And-
lull in the middle school, that person can move up to the high school?
not necessarily, because first of all, you have the
No,
road.
it's a person.
It's the rotating schedule at the high school that
Yeah.
makes the lull over here not mesh all the time.
Oh
and
my
so
God, now
then
I'm
you
making
end
me
up
more confused.
you
I'm
you
torn.
double or more so the lull, and so it's not a good idea.
I really like the idea of that, finding out what the difference is between. Have we ever had we've had a part-time chorus teacher, haven't we?
I don't know the answer to that.
We have.
Yep.
Years back, it was not a good scenario. Sorry.
It's hard.
Anything part-time is tricky.
Can I just ask, so if this does get voted down today, it could potentially be brought back up at deliberative.
It absolutely could be added in on the floor at deliberative. That is true.
And if we do pass this, I would hope and I would expect the same amount of support at the budget committee meetings and at deliberative session.
There'll be more people.
Could also put it on.
And
the
if it
warrant.
is passed, could the budget committee cut it
Can
again?
always reduce any amount of money they want to,
Yep.
right?
They can.
But they can't
They can't cut the
necessarily
position.
reduce the position, so it would just be
We'd have to reallocate.
the dollar.
But again, to not look at this in a vacuum, my understanding is that there is a proposal to increase the ELL position that's currently budgeted at 70%?
Well, we're going to talk about ELL separately.
I know I'm mixing, but but the vacuum conversation of, I'm very well aware of the fact that there's, I think if we could have more teachers to build up the music program, that would be ideal, but when we are looking at the budget as a whole, and we have the increases that we have in there due to contractual requirements, energy costs, and things that we can't control, we have to make difficult decisions. This has and I think it's important to be clear, this has absolutely nothing to do with the LMS project. This has been discussed ahead of time. This has no impact on FY '22, which is
Right.
closed. FY '23, which is currently the budget, this is for '24. But as looking at the budget as a whole, as we go through this, you had made the recommendation to reduce the ELL person at the time. Is that, if that's changing tonight, presumably that would add something to the budget as well.
That is a potential, Doug, do you have the dollar amount, $35,000 ad? I believe.
It was on the bottom of
Yeah,
this
I mean,
report.
it's,
Oh, is that where it was? Okay.
Yeah.
No, it was not.
So,
it's a 34,366 once you put in, going to
Shot from the
full-time.
hip.
35, yeah, 34, 35.
I understand the sentiment too, and I agree with it 100%, that we have a high number of increases next year that are beyond our control. The teacher's contract was approved, which we you know,
Good thing.
which is a wonderful
Which is a good
thing.
thing, yep.
The support staff contract was approved, which is another wonderful thing. Energy sources or energy funds are up 75% over last year. Is that right? Something like that. I forget what
Could
they
be
were.
up even more, because I mean, what we
Yeah.
budgeted for this year, and this is, every town didn't budget the
We're
right amount
under,
for this year,
right.
so.
So astronomical energy costs. I think we can say that. I think we also need to remember, though, that the cost of everything is going up at an astronomical rate. And for us to continue to put forward a budget that isn't even close to inflation year after year after year is unsustainable. We're making cuts based on that directly affect students and programming based on the idea that we can't have an increase year over year. We can't possibly have a 5% increase. Not increasing at the rate of what things cost, continuing to tighten our belt while costs of everything, costs of services continue to climb, is going to be detrimental to the education that we provided in our schools.
In the town.
And it's not, I'm not just saying to the music program. I think we need people to, you know, our quiet supporters who, you know, value our schools and what we offer our kids and want us to maintain those standards and improve. We need to hear that that's what you want. Because we've fallen victim to we can't possibly have a high increase over last year, but we have to. In certain cases, we have to. And so, you know, I'm not advocating that we raise our budget by 20% next year. I'm just saying, you know, we've fallen into this mindset that, oh, a 3% increase or a 5% increase is terrible. But when everything else in the world is going up by 8%, it doesn't make sense. That is unsustainable. That's my feeling on it, anyway.
I just don't understand how the two schools that you guys came from had only one teacher at each school, and it seemed to be fine. I do feel, I don't know.
Well, no, my school I was coming from had 2 teachers, but there was 200 more students, so we had kind of 1-to-1 ratio for everything else, and then we did have 2 music teachers, and.
Okay.
Yep.
I know we're way off time at this point, so I'm gonna say what I have to say quickly, I guess, but can you answer, because there was a communication, Dr. Jetty, about first in, last in, first out. Can you confirm that's not our policy?
That's
correct?
neither the policy nor what the collective bargaining agreement calls for. So there's a very elaborate process when taking a reduction that we go through, and we follow it. I mean, we create a big massive spreadsheet. We add points up in all the categories that are listed in the collective bargaining agreement, but it is not last in, first out.
Okay.
Okay, I have a first and a second. All those in favor of adding a
$94,878.
music teacher at, are we gonna say at LMS? Oh, I have it, it's on this page.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. At LMS, all those in favor?
Well, it would be maintaining current staffing.
All right.
Yeah. But that would mean adding
It would mean adding-
$94,878
yep.
back into the FY24 budget.
All right, before we vote, I have to say one more thing. We are also making other cuts that those people, we've heard from other positions and parents who are concerned about other cuts. And we're choosing music over,
No, not necessarily. We're not done making motions.
okay. All those in favor of
Adding
24,800.
94, sorry.
94,878 to keep status quo at, maintain staffing at LMS.
Did Andrew send in his vote? Just kidding.
No, I did not ask him to.
I know.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Friendly eye.
Reluctantly.
Abstained.
I don't feel good about it.
I feel horrible. All right.
Doesn't mean it can't be brought up again at
Well, I hope
deliberative.
somebody does.
Yep.
I hope somebody does.
Oh, this isn't the fun part. Okay. Where are we? I'm on the back.
Doug was still going through, next was ELL letter and analysis.
Do we want to
So-
stop and do public in?
Oh,
Yes.
public input.
Kate Stevens,
you.
9 Evergreen Circle. I had more to say, but I didn't want to like overstep the public input bounds.
That's okay.
Right. Okay, so I'll start off with what I originally said. You're being short-sighted to think that kids are going to lose interest in music. The kids that are now, we're already seeing the increase in the program in LMS, and they didn't even have Mrs. Magoon for the 5 years that they were at GMS. And I think you're also not really seeing it because you guys don't have elementary school kids anymore. So you're not seeing that, my quiet, nerdy kid who would never get up in front of and dance in front of everybody is like going to town drumming in front of everyone in the gym at community arts night. Like, never thought I would ever see him do something like that. And it never would have happened without Mrs. Magoon here. So, and I would like to see that interest continue because, like everybody said, it's an academic program. That's something that's going to develop their brains in a different way than sports. And, he's a hockey kid, so he's already got the sports down. But having a music class and learning these things with your peers is where you really get the interest in it, because we tried the individual, private music lessons, and he was like, fine, whatever. But when he gets to do it with his friends, it changes everything. Tara, I think you're right. There needs to be some kind of structural change if we're going to cut a teacher. You can't only have music in 5th grade. I honestly didn't think that. I thought it was a requirement, like throughout middle school at least, to have a general music class. I was surprised to hear that, I thought band and chorus and orchestras and things were extracurriculars. I thought they were after school, sometime between school and sports, so that kids could do both. And instead they're choosing between academic classes and band or I don't know what else.
Gym and
what else
band
they're
is what made
choosing.
my son quit.
Right, I can't believe that we're making students choose between those things. They're totally separate. And it's already, I was jotting down a bunch of notes while I was listening to you guys. So you can't say that there's not enough enrollment and then offer the classes once or twice, and in the high school once or twice in a blue moon, and then say, well, nobody signed up.
But if there's a cycle, it would happen.
Right.
Yeah.
And we know that there's AP courses and engineering courses and things that we end up cutting because of lack of enrollment, and there's just got to be a better way to structure this. I'm disappointed that music is competing against core classes and academics.
That's at the high school.
Personally, I don't have a huge, I don't have a ton of knowledge about how everything is scheduled. I was just really disappointed to know that band is a class that you have to pick between other things, where I would think it would be a music theory class that you're picking, and then the band is the extracurricular that kids are taking, where how many of those kids on the soccer field are going to go be professional soccer players? Not many at all. So, of course, there's only a handful of kids picking band, because how many are actually going to go to college for something music related? Probably not many. So if that's an extracurricular, the kids that just want to do it for fun, for something to relax, those music teachers and band teachers and everything, they are coaches for some kids. We talk about how important sports are to keep kids focused in school. There are kids where music that's their sports. Let me see what else I had. and also the fact that there's a huge focus on trades. We're constantly talking about not everybody goes to college, so why can't we treat music that same way? You know, it doesn't have to be a whole music college that they're going to. And lastly, it's known that there's not many opportunities in the middle school for, I don't think it's called gifted and talented anymore, but that's what it was called. And I know that there was a position that was voted down a few years ago for that. But music, I would think, it's an academic course. That's another course now that you're taking away from those gifted and talented students that could really excel, or that could really, it's just a different way for your brain to relax and process all of the academic learning that you're doing. So I was just, if a position has to be cut, I would really like to see some structural changes to make this program more accessible to more students. Because you can't say that there's not enough enrollment and then only offer it once. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Could we maybe get some more information from Jen about what she has in mind?
We absolutely can.
Is music a requirement in middle school? 'Cause
So-
we don't have a music class in my school.
You have none? It's, I think it's in the state minimum standards as they currently exist. They're being rewritten, so I'm not sure where it's gonna land, but, so it's sort of like the fact standards are in the minimum standards, and I thought music was at the middle school, but we can double check that.
I don't wanna know then.
Well, I know
it
at
would
high
make sense
school, it's a
yeah.
half credit of, it's visual arts or performing arts. So it could be, any of the classes that like Miss Barry and Freeman teach, or
Yeah, music?
music.
So
They
there's
only
two,
need a half credit
there's
to
two
graduate?
things. There's what's required to graduate,
Yeah.
but then the minimum standards state that you have to teach, you have to offer a certain number of courses. So,
Okay.
and I guarantee you at the high school, it's in both performing and visual.
Visual.
And we meet those standards. We are doing it. I mean, even with, because there are family and consumer science standards that are going to be taught through the Spanish class
Or health?
at the middle school because we no longer have a fax teacher. My understanding is Hudson doesn't have a fax teacher,
No,
but
we
they
do
still
not.
hit all the standards. So it
Through
could be
health.
the case in music. I just don't, music's harder for me to figure out where it's going.
I just want, it's not my comment times. Okay, we're gonna keep moving.
ELL.
ELL?
So ELL, so here's the scenario. First of all, you've had the opportunity to read the letter that was submitted. And if you did not attend or watch the budget committee meeting, one budget committee member, Carrie Douglas, expressed great concern that we had mentioned that we may be adding this back in. And, how could you not have gotten this right? What did you miss? Kind of questioning. And the bottom line is trying to follow exactly what the person's doing. So the spreadsheet you're looking at has been added to over time as we've dug deeper into it, but we had to get the budget developed. And so at the time we developed it, based on the information that was presented in the analysis, we felt very confident making the reduction to 70%. We've now supplemented it. So just a couple things to point out to the board. So student number 12, who is on line 10, why is it out of order? Because the student arrived last week, I think it was. And so there's a new move-in with a need. The other thing is that after proposing the reduction, then the state recommendations and the WIDA scores and the actual background on each student was presented. So there's just more information on the sheet now than we had originally. However, if you look at the weekly schedule and how the staff member is going about the delivery of services, I'm not sure how that gets developed, I'm gonna be honest, and I feel like there's some economies to be found through better grouping of students. So at Griffin, you can see, and again, you don't wanna put a kindergartner with a fourth grader, but there could be some economies of grouping students together that would make more sense. Also, I'm not quite sure that we've looked at it from a district level to say, okay, how do we move from Griffin to the middle school to the high school most effectively in order to meet student needs? And when I look at it, I'm like, there's also a up to the middle school, back to the elementary school, back to the middle school. And I'm not sure I understand that. And I do think there is some possibility to take the reduction and to figure that out with a schedule. So basically, I'm punting at the moment, which what I'm saying to you is we took the 70% because we thought that was doable. More information was delivered and it was mapped out more carefully. For example, ELL is one thing. So what languages are there? And, we have not made this document public because it's too easy to figure things out about students, which I think is wrong. But I wanted the board to see, are we dealing with one other language? No, we're actually dealing, I think there's 6, if I have my right one.
Yeah.
6,
Yep.
7. No, there's 7. So, did I count right?
Is it the special services director that oversees this position?
Yeah, and I think that was another piece, is that the transition in that department, or in that directorship, so special services comes in and has to oversee special services, and then this is one more component to that department. So that was another transitional piece in our office.
And
So
what is her conclusion at this point in time?
her being,
The special services director. Does she now support?
I think she understands it and is concerned on one level, but on the other level has experience in a much larger district with more needs.
Sure.
Right? And so brings that lens to it also. And again, we want to do our best for everybody, and we're meeting every single standard here, and we're very sensitive to the students. But in larger districts, it's just not approached in the same way.
They group them more. Is that what you're saying?
They group more, but I think the other piece is that, how do I frame this? The students can find common pockets of other students.
Right.
That
Those are the economies
I feel like
of
that's
scale.
beneficial for them too, but.
we don't necessarily offer that. If I look at this list, I see 1, 2, 3, 4 of the 7 languages. It's the sole speaker of that language in our district, and so it's not like a city where there's a bunch of other people who might be speaking that. So
Right, and even if it's the same language, the kids might be at very different levels of speaking English and understanding English language. So, we actually have an ELL tutor who works in our room from time to time where I work in Bedford, and, she has 3 kids who all speak Mandarin, and they're all in 2nd grade, but they're at such different levels of speaking and understanding English that she can't work with them together as a group. So I understand a lot of what was included in the letter. So has your recommendation changed?
So I've been more
punting.
I'm punting because I've been more convinced that that the need is not what we originally thought it was,
Yeah.
but I'm still not confident that we can't find a pathway with the staffing. And so I'm really bringing it to the board to say and here's the other piece. This is awful. I hear you with sometimes costs are out of our control, but we also hear from people who are saying, but I'm on a fixed income and I've got, I got to make tough choices. My electric bill also went up and my salary didn't.
Yeah.
And so,
Yeah.
When you hear that piece, and we have other long-term needs. We need a new elementary school. We have been kicking cans down the road for years, and it's all coming to roost. And I don't know what their answer to all that is. But that's why we're proposing tough cuts, because it's not an easy situation for
So-
everybody in Litchfield.
My fear with this reduction, if we're not sure that we can meet the kids' needs with a 70% position. Consultants are really expensive. And I'd be hesitant to kind of, be short-sighted about it and then have to end up paying a consultant later on to cover more needs if, it turns out that one person can't do it. I'm also cognizant of, burning out the staff that we have. Everybody's working, 10 times harder all the time. And so I think we need to consider that too. I know I'm not the popular, of the popular opinion, but.
Alrighty. Tax rate, energy costs.
Well, I guess, are there any motions?
Yeah, any motions?
So it's up to us at this point,
Yeah.
and if there's
Yeah,
not.
I'm literally punting and the ball is now landed in your lap. This is the scenario. You have the letter, you have the analysis. I've given you all the facts that we have. And
So 9 out of 12 are of the youngest grade. There's a number of different languages. There's 3 of one particular language and 2 of another.
But in terms of level of need, I see several bridging or with 1 or 2 hours a week versus there's some that have a higher amount.
I have 4 ELL kids on my caseload.
Do they see ELL services?
1 period a day, and they're all at 3 different levels.
and are
They go at the same time?
Are they in group or
They're
individual?
in a group.
And what size is the group?
3.
3 student groups.
They speak different languages too.
Yeah, you don't have to lump by language.
Oh, you
Right.
don't?
No,
Okay.
To be clear,
Because you're
yeah, it's not
teaching
like you have to get
English
every.
concepts and
That's correct.
vocabulary.
Right.
And you can certainly have 3 different native speakers in
And
the
they
same
get
group.
pulled out during WIN or what you guys call best and stuff like that, and I do my best. No pun intended.
So how many, if we were to add up all of these hours, what does that add up to? I guess that's what I'm looking at.
If you look at the weekly schedule,
Where's that?
Well, if you
Oh,
add them
look at
all
that.
up, they're gonna
Well-
be exclusive. Like, it's, like, you're adding up, like, they're all gonna be by themselves.
If they're individual, right, it's not,
and we had done, so part of how we got to 70% is we did the add up.
yeah.
That's
Yeah.
how we
Right.
landed there.
I think there's more to, I think what you're saying is that you've realized there's more to it than just the
Yeah.
adding up of the schedule, which I appreciate.
Further analysis.
Yeah, but
Not
I do
for-
see what you mean. There is a lot of travel in that day. But I also see that she's doing several groups. It's not all individual.
Small groups.
Yep.
I think it's very difficult to put this on the school board, to be honest, because we are not experts in ELL. I have a hard time. I feel like I'm gonna have to go with the original proposal, and if it comes down to deliberative and our needs have changed, or there's demonstration that like this schedule cannot work, then fine, I'll vote for it. But for me here to try to figure this out and
Yeah.
I need to trust an expert who knows the schedule. Like, what does the special services director have to say, So I can't change it at this point. That's my feeling.
I appreciate that it is a difficult thing to nail down, but I also, and I understand that the budget is a moving target as evidenced by various motions even tonight. But I think we've got to stick with what we've said, at least as of now, based off of the information we have, unless the special services director is here saying, no, I need 100%, and this is why. I think we have to go based off of what the recommendation was before.
I'm in agreement on that. I don't feel like I'm an expert in this field at all.
so any motions?
All right, so
Motions,
nobody's,
we're moving on.
We did energy costs.
This is the current schedule, correct? This is not for FY '24. I mean,
no, because it,
this number,
You
I
don't
mean,
know.
we could get 10 more students and then we need to keep, I mean, then it would become clear that we would need to add
yeah,
more time.
that could absolutely happen.
Okay.
I will say, just to project on this, so you have one high schooler who will still be there.
Yeah.
You have nobody from the middle school who will go to the high school, so it'll keep one high schooler next year. And I am
Okay.
seeing 1, 2, 3 middle schoolers who will, I'm sorry, 3 elementary students who will go to the middle school. So your middle school number is gonna expand, so then, again, I just think that increases grouping opportunities and, through careful scheduling of travel,
Okay, yeah,
maybe?
right. But again, if we get more students and the need is greater, then that's a no-brainer. Then
But
we
that's
add.
also why I provided you with the 2020, 2021 graph, because if you go back, there were 11 students at that time.
Yeah.
And we,
Yeah.
we don't have all the same information, but we were at 11 and we're now, and we were at 11 until last week. So, I
Right.
mean, we did
Yeah.
have that student
Okay.
move in.
But I also see one of those fourth graders is in a monitor status, and 2 of them are in bridging status, which sounds like they're making progress and moving forward, so I'm not
Right.
sure there's gonna, I mean, there definitely will still be more students at LMS, but I'm not sure it changes the hours too much, unless I'm reading this wrong.
No, because actually the student at 4-2, is not, may not need the services. So, I
Yeah.
mean, this is the other thing.
Yeah, I don't understand what the WIDA scores are.
Yeah, the WIDA is not
If you
mine.
scroll down, there's
Oh, I
a guide
see.
at the bottom that
Right.
tells you
Yeah.
The
what-
higher, the more
Gotcha.
independent.
how much
I guess,
instruction
so-
you get based on it.
So the
Okay.
higher, the more independent. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so you're right, this student 4 is at a 4-2, which means that they really don't necessarily need the service. I mean,
Yeah.
Right.
it is over time, and remember, youngsters are pretty resilient. They'll work their way out of needing
Yeah.
the service.
Adapt,
That's the goal,
yeah.
especially with the ELL.
Can we move on to community reports? Sorry,
Yep.
Yep, I think we have
budget
to.
committee.
We continue to meet weekly. Heidi, thank you for attending on my behalf tomorrow. I did want to let you know, we covered some extra sections last week,
I
so.
did see that, I read
There's
through.
only 3 sections left, curriculum, special services, and facilities.
And Doug and Mike, you'll be there both tomorrow night.
We will.
Yep.
And we've also, I mean, we've been trying to stay on top of all the questions. So the spreadsheet, and then there's a Google sheet that JD Sun started that we've tried to respond to. So
Yep.
I'm sure time tomorrow night we'll be just
Do you
going
have
over those
access to that?
responses.
Yes, I believe so.
If you don't.
I'll email
Okay,
you
let me
tomorrow
know.
if I don't.
I have it right here.
I blocked
So
off.
that's about 15 questions, and that has been pretty much all answered by the school district.
Yeah.
What I think is probably gonna come up is there are, a number of questions by, Ms. Douglas that have not been answered yet, and those are all around LMS. And so if we're not able to get to them, I just feel like, I mean, we just have to be honest with her, that we're focusing on the budget.
You
know,
mean the
and-
LMS project?
The LMS project, yes. So
We need
like,
to worry about the budget.
if
and
we
then
can get to
we
them,
plan on
great.
addressing that
They have,
afterwards.
it's been 3 weeks since they were asked, so, but on the other hand, you had 15 questions last week to answer, and you've answered all of those because they're related to the budget, and that's what you're focusing on. So, just
Well,
be
maybe the
prepared, because I
updated-
know she'll bring it up.
Yeah.
Maybe tonight's reports will answer some of those questions. I haven't seen them, but
One of them was about the change orders, right?
Just,
Yeah.
that's one of
Yeah.
them, but there's
Yep.
still a number. Yeah, there's still a number. Can I send over the other 3 that you guys had put something in on those, or should I wait till the?
Let me look at it and
Okay.
then remind me of the process. You send this over to?
Yeah, I'll send it over.
Okay.
I mean, if you're able to answer some tomorrow, then I'll wait till, the afternoon.
Not sure, I mean, tomorrow, the
Yeah.
focus is gonna be on the electrical rates, and,
Yeah.
we have an emergency management meeting in the morning.
Yes.
Kind of go from there, so.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate Ms. Douglas's questions. We need to worry about the budget and running our schools. And once the budget's over, we can concentrate on those other questions and things, and we have an audit going in process. We need to get through the budgets, and then we can answer those other questions. They're not being forgotten. We just need to use our time wisely,
Yep.
keep school running, and get through this budget season.
And as of right now, I think we're up to like close to 50 questions that we've already answered this fall. So
Well, and you
we're
also
keeping track of them.
and you color coded. Some of them have been answered and are being asked.
Follow up. All of these questions were answered initially, and the ones that are color coded are follow up. So that's most of the ones that
If they
haven't
have to
been.
do with the budget, absolutely.
They don't. They're all. I mean, they're all LMS related.
Some of them are
LMS project related, I should say.
and some are hypothetical. So, you know, is there a backup plan in case the assumptions prove inaccurate? And I'm like, well,
Yes.
or no. I mean, because we don't think the assumptions are going to prove it. You know, so
Right.
it's just one of those, like, some of these are rabbit hole
We
questions.
don't have an answer to that.
So if we don't, we'll
Cross
just
that
have
bridge if
to
it starts to
say,
burn.
yeah. Okay. That's it for budget committee for
Excellent.
me.
Facilities Improvement Committee?
There was a tour on November 9th. I was not able
Yep,
to
I
attend.
was able
Tina
to go.
did.
Yep.
And it was recorded, I believe, so I did
It is.
watch it. And I would encourage people to watch it.
Great. Emergency Management Committee, Tara?
Meeting tomorrow. Can I have a digital link to that? Because I'm not gonna be able to attend.
Yeah, let me do it right
Grading
now.
and
In person.
reporting?
It was canceled for yesterday, and the high school and the schools were supposed to meet individually, and we'll get back to Mary next week regarding updates to goals.
Joint Loss Management did not meet. PERC did not meet. Wellness Committee,
Just gonna look to, I don't think, have we had a meeting? I couldn't go to the last meeting. I feel like I reported on that last time, so there's not been a meeting since.
CIP, Tina?
CIP met on Monday this week.
Yep.
While you were at the select board meeting. We assigned priority levels to all of the town and school district projects. There was a lot of discussion on whether the GMS project would be considered urgent. I think the scope of the expense and all the other needs, balancing the needs of the town and the school district was kind of weighing heavily on everybody's minds. So our next step is to finalize that process and then present to the select board and the planning board.
Did you finalize? Did you come to any conclusions at the end?
No, I mean,
Came to
we
the
did
conclusion that it
label
was
everything.
urgent.
It was urgent,
That's
yeah.
where I
The
left.
land and the new school would be
Something's going on.
urgent.
Yeah,
Okay.
but we haven't ranked, I believe the last time we had a capital improvement plan, the projects on the plan were all ranked, kind of as
Yeah.
priorities.
Yeah, and there was further talk about, with the land is almost like a dipstick in a way. Like if
Yeah.
people don't vote for the land, they're probably not gonna vote for the school.
Right.
If in regards to the police station, if people don't vote for the 200,000 in engineering costs, they're probably not gonna eventually vote for the police station as well. And right now, they're both lined up for this year for those smaller amounts, and then next year would be the larger amounts. So there was some thought at the end whether the committee just wants to be comfortable with what goes on this year and then kind of revisit after the warrant articles, kind of start up instead of waiting for the summer, kind of start up in the spring, and then kind of seeing what the votes were and then kind of planning out the future years a little bit more specifically after that.
Great. Awesome. We're on to new business, policy committee discussion. The board has expressed an interest in establishing a policy committee at previous meetings. The majority of the board's policies have been reviewed, revised, and approved through a comprehensive policy review for the past 2 years. A policy tracking tool has been developed to be able to track the policy's dates of approval and which policies remain to complete.
So, the board is aware with Michelle's departure from the district that she has been really kind of the driver of the policies, tracking of the policies, comparing our existing policies to the NHSBA model policies, being on the lookout for alerts from NHSBA relative to new policies that need to be adopted. So a lot of that work has been driven by Michelle, but by not replacing Michelle at the SAU office, we're gonna have a hole in the process that we have been following. So listening to the board for the last 9 months or so, the sense that, you know, the board needs to become more active in policy is something I've heard. And so we're looking at possibly restructuring this and thinking our way through how the board can help to drive some of this going forward. So so this is discussion purposes only. You know, I'm not sure that the membership is the right membership. I really think it's something that resides more at the board and the district level. I think a subcommittee that perhaps meets prior to a board meeting. So if we, you know, if we came in at 4 o'clock and, okay, where are we? You know, we continue to work through the spreadsheet. We take a look at alerts that we've received and just sort of help to plan what the next steps are relative to policy and be really deliberate in the way we proceed on it. I do think having, you look at some of the people like the director of curriculum, the principals, assistant principals, I think we invite them as, you know, as needed. So it'll become okay, there's a recommendation to change this policy relative to whatever it is. Who are the right people who should be involved in that discussion? And then we deliberately invite them the next time. You know, policy is intended to be a slow process. It's not meet and crank through a bunch of them. It really should be a very deliberate, slow gathering process. So
I also think, I mean, I don't know how Doug feels about it, but business administrator may not need to be on these meetings all the time.
Only for fiscal.
Right.
Right.
So sort of putting him on the same level as director of curriculum and principals and
Right.
whatnot.
When this was drafted, I just wanted to get a feel for the people who
I think that's a
contribute
lot
to
of people.
policy.
That is a lot of
That is a
people.
lot.
Because you've got different sections that people will contribute to. So you've got a financial section, you've got a student services section, you've got a personnel section, things like that. So you call those people in when you're
I
doing
think that would
those.
be great.
and when I look at like the community involvement and so forth, I mean, we've been doing policy for the last year and we've had very little commentary. So I just think that it really becomes something that a couple of board members, again, 2 is the max, right? Because you don't want it to be the majority of the board doing this. But 2 people sort of driving it, working our way through. You know, and again, if we met here at 4 and we projected on the screen and we got the Google Docs and, you know, we can help to drive this. And just keep pecking away until we're done. And guess what? When we're done, we go back and start all over again.
It all,
In a
yeah,
few
it's
years.
a
In
constant
a few years,
process.
right? You don't have to start over at a.
in the new year? Do we have to decide on this now?
You don't need to decide now. I will just say,
I like the beginning of the discussion myself.
that's all it is.
Yeah.
It's
So
ponder this and think about it and just realize, again, not having somebody in that role. Because Michelle wrote a very nice document called Farming Out Michelle's Tasks to other people. That's caused a little bit of stress in the office as people see her tasks being farmed out, right? But it's necessary. The moving parts on this to get this right are immense. And so here's a piece that we all have to wrestle with.
Policy work is very interesting. The NHSBA is a great resource. They have policy workshops, and they do, Will Phillips is very good. He works with districts and committees. I've probably written and rewritten and revised over 900 policies in this district.
I mean, if you guys are okay with it, I'm definitely happy to take the lead on this as a school board.
Tag, you're it.
Yeah, I mean, I've done bylaw updates for different organizations, and so this isn't a bylaw update, but it's certainly comparable. So I'm happy to.
Andrew had a special interest in
Oh,
making
that's
sure our
fantastic.
policies were up to date.
Yeah.
One thing I would like to add is I think if we're gonna take this on, and I know you have your expertise and you've been on top of it, but I do feel like that we should budget for an NHSBA policy audit. And I think that will give us additional information, like which policies are required, which ones are optional, more
We get that twice a
information.
year.
Yeah.
We get that information twice a year from the NHSBA. In their updates, they tell you what's required by law.
I know, but
and
they'll
what
be
is
able
it.
to go through all of our policies and say, like, I don't know, maybe this one is not necessary, and so it might give us a different lens, like, do we really need this? Have we used this? Has it been helpful? And they may help us prioritize which are the ones that need to be addressed. From the New Hampshire School Boards Association, I thought that was like either $2,000 or $2,500. And it's a ways out,
It's a lot
so.
of money. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we'll,
It's definitely something to consider.
and I think, Tara, even as we get the committee up and going, to invite them in to advise us.
Yeah.
You know, so it's like, okay, so things have changed. Here are some recommendations on how to proceed, and they may say,
Yeah.
we recommend an audit, I don't know, but yes.
So one of the thing I wanted to add to here was that, one of the roles, the purpose, another purpose, hold on, I've written it down. Maintain the master list of policies, including review status, right? Cause who's gonna who's gonna do that now?
Pretty much.
Did you add that in?
Nope, but, can I? Hold on.
I think you can add it.
I
Try
got the
try it.
I got policy subcommittee. Yep, I can add
Yeah.
comments. Oh, there it is.
We gotta do this.
No, I don't think I can.
All right, let's see if I can.
What does it maintain master list of policies, and what was the rest of it?
Maintain the master list of policies, including review status.
I got it.
In the interest of time, can
Yeah.
we move
Yes.
forward
Yep,
to
thank
the
you.
next one?
Policy regarding special ed underspend. The
So-
bo- Oh, go ahead. I was
Oh,
gonna
go
read
ahead,
the
read, you
italics
know,
part.
Yep.
The board has been asked to consider a policy that clearly states any underspend in the 1,200 accounts will be returned to the taxpayers of end-of-year fund, end-of-year fund balance.
So, and this was added on the 14th because Chairman Sun had pointed out that we had discussed this at our last meeting, or our budget meeting, and then it wasn't on the agenda, and I was like, oh, that's an oversight, let's add that in. I have not drafted a policy on this, and I'm really, I'm torn on it, and I'll share why. If you recall, it was the handshake deal in the past. But then, last year, the board expressed a willingness to reduce all the handshake deals to a memo of agreement with the budget committee, and to say, look, this is what we all agree going forward, is how we're gonna operate. But that was not received as a way to proceed. And now we're back to, so then the third law was, action, reaction. The third law was, we cut it. Now it's able to be
Right.
cut, which is not what we asked for. We asked for a written agreement. And now we're being asked to draft our own policy relative to it. And I don't know where the board wants to land on this,
I thought
because
we
really.
voted on that policy last week.
We did for 1 year, so we said it was
Right.
specifically applied to the 23-24 budget. And we did not, I think there was a concern, if I can pull up the correspondence from Chairman Sun, that it doesn't say anything about transferring.
Did that go to the full board? I did not receive that.
I thought it did. Include
JD?
language in the policy that also does not allow for budget transfers.
So,
Because I think we said specifically we targeted underspend.
so one of the things that Corey always maintained, and I'd be curious to get Doug's perspective when I'm putting him on the spot, but Corey always maintained that you couldn't say you wouldn't transfer, because, take last year's scenario. In that scenario, those funds were necessary in order to close an overall budget hole, right? So he always said that, yeah, if there's a fund balance, we'll make sure the entire underspend is part of that fund balance. But in a year where there is no fund balance or the fund balance is needed, we can't guarantee that that will be returned when we need it to close out other situations that have occurred, other unseen situations. So he was always reluctant to he always argued that even the handshake deal, because remember, that's what we're talking about, the handshake deal did not apply to an overall deficit scenario. So
What is your feeling on that?
As far as an overall deficit situation, I would agree that you gotta use the money that you have accessible to close out a deficit, no matter where that money is coming from. That's our responsibility.
Have you ever seen any policies bar school boards from transferring money?
I haven't seen any. I know different BAs have different beliefs in transfers. Like some won't transfer money from a salary line to a non-salary line type of thing as well. And I definitely can understand that. But as far as like from one specific part of the budget to another, you try not to do
Those
that.
are best practices,
Yeah, those are
really.
best
Right.
practices.
Right.
Yep.
I have a really difficult time in putting this into policy. I think, well, when we go through the budget, we do our best to make a very accurate and, as tight a budget as we possibly can. I think the voters understand that, and when they approve a budget, they approve the budget. I'm okay with making an agreement for for each budget in that process. But I don't think
On
that.
a yearly basis?
Possibly on a yearly basis.
So my view is we made a policy. Are you not calling it a policy, or are you calling it
I'm not calling it a policy, because
It has.
for one thing, if I'm not on the board next year, then I don't want to restrain that board member from having a say in whether or not they believe we should return it or not. You know what I mean?
I feel like it was called a policy when we voted on it, though. What was the wording of that?
We voted on it just for the
Right.
23-24 budget.
Yes.
I don't think that was a policy.
So don't call it
Because
policy.
we didn't reduce it to a policy code and add it to the policy.
Right.
True.
You made a motion
To do that.
but I don't,
Okay.
The other piece of it was, was it Peter Plansky? I forget who came to our meeting right after, after the public forum about the deficit, and he said, I think what you should do is any underspend that you have at the end of this year goes to replenish those funds. And we said, yeah, that's a great idea. I think we should do that. So I know our agreement wasn't for this year, but there might be, God forbid, circumstances where we have to commit those monies. And I don't think we can say every single year we'll return every penny out of the special ed budget.
So I see both sides of this, honestly. My initial reaction when I got the email, I'll just say it out loud, was, wait, stay in your lane for a minute at first. But then I said, wait a minute, I understand where he's coming from. I actually, if we want to be able to have a collaborative relationship with the budget committee, and we want them to approve, again, we're specifically talking about special education in an area that is in and of itself very unpredictable and can change on a dime, and we want them to have faith in us that, okay, we'll give you what you need to cover these potential issues, but you have to agree if what's too much, you're going to give it back to us. I don't disagree with that in principle. So I don't ever want to be in a position that we were in.
I don't know
In
either.
FY 22 and 23, to be perfectly honest. And I think with Doug at the helm, I don't think we're going to be, thankfully, which is good. And I think we're all keeping an extra close eye to make sure that's not going to happen. I get expenses come up. I get that there's unexpected, there are unexpected expenses that we cannot control. And with the bottom line budget, generally, we are free to move most of the other funds about it. To me, I think, and this might be incorrect, but I think the budget committee's kind of trying to treat special ed more like a food service budget, which is, it's not necessarily self-funded, but it's its own unique entity of we are funding it, we are having it be, well, we're willing to give you the cushion you need in the event of something happening, but we have to agree that cushion comes back. is what I,
Yeah, that's
And-
I don't know.
interpreted it.
But then does that give us, you know, we add another 100,000 in because we need a cushion? You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like we budget based on our known needs at the time.
I
And-
thought that we did add in that 150,000 that was taken. Am I mixing numbers and situations?
So the budget that's being proposed, we restored the 150 because we believe that that's necessary this year.
Yeah.
Absolutely,
One
right.
kid. One kid.
Well, not even.
Well, again, it wasn't the 150, we restored 134,000 roughly of it, because as we added up the students and their costs, that's what,
Right.
that's what it
Right.
came to. So
Right.
that's what we did, we followed the students and their costs,
Right.
and that's the number it came to.
That's right.
Right. And I guess I'm just comparing it to the 150 because the feeling, I think, generally from the budget committee has been that has been traditionally an area where there has been underspend. And so if we can commit at least to that particular line item, I don't know. Like I said, I see both sides because on the one hand, it's carving out special education from being part of a bottom line budget. It's essentially taking the special education budget, moving it over to here and saying, it cannot be used as part of, it cannot be maneuvered or transferred.
Can anybody recall why was the agreement not
Nobody knows.
acceptable?
Nobody on the current budget committee or on the school board were
There,
there.
I correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think there has ever been a year where we haven't returned special ed.
I thought that they said that we
No,
didn't.
we took part of it.
We took part of it to
Part of it,
cover an
not all of
expense
it.
that came up that we needed to cover.
But
But
we've
wasn't a
always
special education.
No.
Part of it, but we've always returned money, always.
It was just 1 year.
That
I
was-
thought that this has come up because there was a year in the past
Yes.
5.
Wasn't it was $74,000 of it, I think?
I wasn't on
believe
the,
that-
I wasn't on the
remember-
board at the
I did that
time, but
research, I
Yeah.
did that research
We
over
got
the
it,
last
I
couple of
think, I
days.
think it
was
was a
like 2
situation
years
where we
ago.
got
It
a
was a
bill
couple of years
late.
ago, yeah.
We had already approved the monies to return, on the year-end encumbrances, and we got a
That's
bill
right, you were on the
late.
budget committee answering those
Yep.
questions, I
Yeah.
remember that.
And so a bill
Okay.
came in late that we had to cover, and we
Right.
needed to tap into what was going to be returned out of special ed to cover that bill.
But we still returned money from there.
We still returned the rest
So
of
there
it,
was,
yeah.
has never been a year we have not returned special education money.
but not all of it.
That was only 1 year.
Right. But that's where I think that's the driver of
This.
the
Right,
concern
but
from the
that's-
budget
But
committee.
that's my concern. If an expense does come in and we've agreed to, yep, we're not gonna touch it, we promise, then we have a deficit situation.
Hands later.
Right.
in the
But
school board, yeah.
I understand that, but I also say, I come back to, how could we have a $74,000 bill that we didn't know was coming? I wasn't
think
on the
that-
board at the time, and I'm not trying to second guess decisions, but, how did we get how are we in that situation, and have we rectified it
That
so
was
that it won't happen again?
Transportation thing, when we got
Yes.
that road bill
Yep.
at the end,
Oh,
after
oh,
June,
oh, oh,
remember
oh.
that?
Oh.
When it was after June, like.
What was
uh,
it?
late-
First student didn't bill us, correct?
Yes, and it was like like 50-something thousand, but it cut, we had to use that, and then it ended up being more. I have it in my files.
I will leave it at, for me, tonight, I'm not inclined to make any motions to create a policy. It doesn't sound like we have draft language. It sounds like
Right.
we're in the preliminary part of conversations as to whether or not this should be more than just the 1 year that we committed to. I'm certainly, if someone wants to put together draft language for that, I'm certainly happy to look for it. But for tonight's purposes, I
And I'm
don't,
open to further discussion at a different time.
yeah.
Why don't we kick it to the
Well,
new
however,
policy
we
committee?
still have,
Thanks.
we still did agree for this 1 year.
Yes.
For next,
For-
for this
this-
next
yeah.
year.
Again, for next year, I'm
Right.
fine with that.
Fiscal
because
year
FY
24.
Yeah,
Good
Yeah.
faith
It's
that
not
we're
this year,
working
it's not,
together, yeah.
we
So
are,
kind of looking in the future, one of the trickiest things is food service, because it is supposed to be self-funding, and there's been times in the state where multiple districts have had to pump money into their food service, so that's at the end of
We've
the
had
year
to
too.
do that
So
for many
that's,
years.
as you try to look at budgeting, food service is tough to budget for, special education is tough to budget for too. So, there could be a year where you might have to use some of that extra from special education to go in food service. But I'm also not against what the budget committee is trying to do too, which is, hey, we don't want to narrow in too much on your special education because it is important to budget for that. So I see their point as well, and I think it makes sense to work with them on that.
Yeah.
It's just the food service, which to me, as we look forward, is tough to always know if you're gonna have to fund or not fund.
Yeah. All right, in the interest of
I think it
time,
makes a lot of sense, but I also think you should get legal opinion on it, because that is government accounting, and there are different rules.
We have time to do that.
old business.
Just a tip.
Policies, JI, formerly JF, student rights and responsibilities. It's for a second reading and approval.
I'll make a motion to approve policy JI and policy JEB,
Age of entrance.
age of entrance, and student rights and responsibilities for second reading and approval.
I'll second.
All those in,
Do we second? You seconded?
I didn't second, no.
I made the motion.
You made the
Motion,
motion.
you're second.
I will second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained, 4-0-0. And independent audit draft of scope.
Did you receive any feedback from Andrew on this?
I did not. I feel like we are
today.
very much past our time frame. I drafted a draft of all of our initial feedback, just for people who are listening. It's a 2-page document. It outlines kind of the background, how we got here, what we propose the scope of the independent audit to be, and various other things. I don't know, like.
Well, it's important that people know the school district annual audit began in July, and we won't get the final written report until March of 2023. And then we can do.
So would an audit even be able to happen, an independent audit be able to happen
Before?
without that audit? Or is that something they would do on?
No, it could,
Okay.
Okay.
because you're specifically looking at Fund 30 as well, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there were a few comments on there. I feel like we need to wait to hear from Andrew.
Correct.
So maybe we put this on the agenda for next time.
Yeah, he will be here next meeting and then not, so we need to finish this up. And we'll be
He
done.
will be here
He
the
will be here
next
at the
one.
next meeting.
30th?
Okay.
Yes. And, yeah, I started looking through it today again,
Okay.
and I think it's whittling down, and everyone's commented on it. I stopped mid-comment.
Okay.
Liz, just, you commented on the old document that Andrew started weeks ago.
Okay.
Tara's
emailed-
document
Oh, there was
kind of
another.
reframed it and put it into a different format.
She
and
did a really good job with it. I actually
You,
really.
you did, because that's like ready to go out, like somebody's
Right,
gonna know what to do with
exactly.
that.
I
Where
printed
the
it
other
off.
thing was kind of stream of consciousness.
It was,
Yeah.
and that's what
That's why I had to put it in a different document. I
I
had to start
printed it out, and I
fresh.
have it.
Okay.
here. I looked at it, I thought it was excellent.
Yeah, I thought you did a.
And I just want to
really-
get Andrew's thoughts on it as well, since he was a major contributor as well. Yeah, this is it right here.
I do agree about the point of
Yes.
contact. I think it should be one of us. I don't think it should be, I think we said that,
Sure.
but it should.
Yeah.
We need to figure that out.
What about the budget? You want to leave, you want to just see what the RFPs come in at?
do.
I just think if you,
Okay.
if you give a range,
Yeah.
you're gonna get RFPs at the high number.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sure.
So-
Yeah. Let's see what they come in at.
Okay.
Yeah,
And then interview school board members? We got to do that?
I have no
I'm okay
problem
with
being
that.
interviewed.
Sure.
I have no problem to the extent, I have no problem with it. To the extent they feel it's necessary would be my only caveat. If they don't feel that
As
they
needed.
need. Yeah, as needed. I mean, I'm more than happy to have those conversations.
And it
but-
may not even be individual,
Yeah.
it may just be a group interview.
Right,
of,
come in at a
you know,
non-public.
ex-
or
Right.
Not even
Explain,
non-public. maybe.
explain how, anyway.
Yeah.
So we have RFP response deadline, we have a deadline. All right, we'll wait for Mr. Cutter to
contact.
go over that again.
All right. I mean, I feel like we're pretty close. Like, when did the LMS canopy project start?
Oh, gosh.
I need that date, that's all.
That was
I know.
I came in 18, and they were finishing the front entryway to GMS, but the canopy started a little bit later, because it was a much bigger project. And so, it was finished in December of 2020,
The canopy was finished.
Finished in December of 2020 during the pandemic, yep.
12/20 finished.
Yeah, I think it was started in late 2019, wasn't it?
So you got the bids, it looks like the bids were received,
19.
well, this is a secured entry, which is the same whole thing, right? Was it Solid Roots that ended up
Solid
doing?
Roots, yeah, when did they bid
So
on
the
it?
bids were received on 7/10 of 20,
July.
so July 10th of 2020, from an old document that I'm pulling up.
The weirdest thing is, so we're literally
7/20.
doing that during the pandemic, and I don't recall everybody having masks on. That's why I'm picturing it.
Because it wasn't a thing early in the pandemic. Masks came later.
Really?
Yeah, at the
Okay.
beginning of the pandemic, it wasn't as much of a thing.
And I think we were also outside a lot, because it was an outside project, so I think we just had masks off as we stood on the
I just
sidewalk.
wanted to put the date on the RFP because I wanted them to have a sense of how far back they were gonna have to go on this account. So if I put July 2020,
Well, it looks like it was, the contract was agreed on September of 2020.
okay,
And it had
I'll
to
just
be,
put approximately September
like, we had to have the
2020.
paperwork for the state reimbursement submitted by December 31st of 2020. So that was the window. We were like,
Okay. Thank you.
hi, good
All
night.
right, I think we're ready for COVID
All right.
numbers.
COVID numbers, you know what, at this point, I don't know about what's going on in your schools. We have kids with runny noses, sneezing.
Everybody's sick all the time.
Everybody's sick all the time, and the
Yeah.
same kids can't shake these colds. So
So-
I don't even know how,
The story to start with is the GMS story, and I've been texting with Dan, our principal, because preschool, there are so many kids sick in preschool and staff are sick in preschool. He's like, can we just cancel preschool?
Yeah.
We need
Give
a
it a
timeout in
week.
preschool.
Yeah.
So
flu A is going around,
I-
and it's wiping kids out for a week.
I said, you can, except we gotta make sure we notify parents. He now has texted back to say, I think I got it worked out. So I'm trusting
What
Dan
about just next week, just taking the week off,
on that.
right? Because they're only in school 2 days,
2 days, maybe?
which for preschool means unless they're 5-day-a-week kids, it's 1 day of preschool next week.
I'll talk to him tomorrow. and
everyone's
see.
I
Go
know,
meet
but they
their
might be
family and
having
get
their
new-
Thanksgiving celebration.
With more
Yeah.
germy
I
people.
know, I know.
But if you look at, I mean, the number of times that Griffin has had high,
Yeah.
and it's all related to, it's influenza A.
Everything,
It's,
yeah.
it's not so much COVID, it's just kids are sick. And so that's the story. I mean, if we look at, right now, this week, there is no COVID at Griffin, and you still have 10.9% absent on Monday, and it's down to only 7.5 the other 2 days, so.
And next week, there'll be low attendance if people are going away.
If we step up to LMS, we have 1 staff and 1 student, and they are also medium, although they did dip to low today. And if we look at Campbell, we have 2 staff who are COVID positive now, and they're also in the medium-low range. So, you know,
We have high numbers, but no COVID at GMS, which is interesting. And then at LMS and CHS, we have COVID, but the numbers are okay.
yep.
Yeah, because I think the flu is being spread a lot more quickly down with the little
Absolutely.
hands and the little germs.
Work with
and-
elementary
yeah.
kids. It's a gross place to be right now.
Middle school kids aren't that great either. They're
They're
very
cute,
germy.
but pretty nasty.
Just out of sheer curiosity, are there more students wearing masks than before, or people? Because I know masks were more of a COVID thing, but
I know a
it
lot of
can
teachers
do with
are.
flu.
Yeah.
It can help. I didn't know if it was coming back. I'm just curious.
I'm seeing kids and staff wearing masks at my school.
For no other reason than I'm simply curious if.
Yeah, I've put on a mask a few times.
Because we
when-
joked. I mean, I remember 2 years ago sitting here with Brian and saying that, now we know masks work because look at, we have had no flu. Look at,
I
we
have
had no
not
cold.
seen
So,
one in my school.
America's going to adapt and it's going to be like Japan and we're all going to wear masks in the winter months. And then
Yeah.
I'm not seeing that
We didn't
translate
adapt.
out.
We went right back to live
Yeah.
for your diet. We are gonna do what we're
Which
gonna
is
do.
fine. That's
I've put one
fine. I
on
just
a
think it's
couple times
interesting.
with an exceptionally sneezy, coughy, drippy kid. Or
People
like,
coming
okay.
back from COVID, they've
Yeah,
been really good.
Right, they should be wearing a mask too.
All right.
All right.
School board comments, I'd just like to say, I've been corrected that HMS does have music class. They call guitar and piano a music class.
There you go.
I'm making a public
That's the middle school in
apology.
Hudson.
That makes sense.
Yes, they are calling that music, which is different from like general music.
Music, right.
Yeah. Okay. Anyone else have any comments? I know what Tara's gonna
I
say.
have a couple.
I'll let you do it.
Congratulations to Cougars football team for
right.
winning the state championship. I know
Best
that there
game I've
was-
ever been to. Fans, parents.
Oh, there were so many people there.
Sportsmanship.
Beautiful
It is
day.
the best game I've been to.
It was so amazing. It was
Our team and
truly
kids
amazing.
made us proud.
In the middle of a 3-day weekend is a challenge, though.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate that the schedule fell the way it did.
Yeah.
Yeah. But amazing there. And I actually wanted to, so I am going to, because I feel like it is need-based, it's based on enrollment, I am gonna make a motion that we do, move the part-time PE person to a full-time PE person and move the athletic director to district-wide, to provide stability within the department. 11% of the students were booted out of a semester 1 class due to the unfilled position. We have had two different part-time PE teachers in the 4 years that Mr. Knight has been there. It's been a revolving door. We haven't been able to hire the position as a part-time position. This PE and health are graduation requirements. Our students need to have 1 credit of PE and half a credit of health. The current PE teacher has one of the highest student loads in the district.
Who are you calling the current PE teacher, not the athletic director?
Correct.
Okay.
Her name is blanking on me.
Yeah,
Janet, thank you.
Zupan.
Sorry. She has 3 classes over 25 students. There's no other teacher in the district that has over 3 classes with over 25 students.
Is that health?
I'd just have to pull that document.
You know what, doesn't matter, that's fine.
I don't know. She does teach a lot of the health classes, but she
Requirement.
she reaches all kids. It's about lifetime fitness and healthy choices through health. There's a Fit for Life class. She does a walking class. I think she has 3 sessions of that. That walking is for life. And it's a great exercise. You know, we did eliminate the athletic assistant last year. So Josh is already taking on more. So for those reasons, I'm going to propose that we do add in that proposal of $64,899.
Good for discussion. Thanks, Tina.
Oh my God, you guys are killing me. How many, are we gonna be able to have all of those kids get their phys ed? They have to take phys ed and they have to take health. The students. It's a, not an
Graduation
elective.
requirement is one, our graduation requirement, I don't know if it's a minimum state requirement, I'm guessing it is.
It is.
But in our our curriculum, what is it? Curriculum of studies?
Program of studies.
Curriculum of studies, we have each student that graduates has to take 1 full credit of PE, and in addition, they have to take a half a credit of health.
Is it full credit PE or?
It's a full credit of PD. I looked at it today.
So if we don't fill the part-time position next year, what, if we're denying 11% of the students from taking phys ed this year? Is that?
That was for semester 1, so they couldn't fill those positions. I don't know, you know, if they were able to get them in semester 2, but
11% of what students? All the students in the school?
11% of the students that wanted to take the class semester 1 had to be moved out of it because
I thought I heard it was 42. 42 students was the number that I heard.
I was thinking 45, but I don't know.
But that is about 10%
Yeah.
of the population at Campbell.
So freshmen.
Yeah. What?
So freshmen. Right?
Freshmen.
If all the freshmen are coming in and want to take PE 9 freshman year first semester, then they will be denied that course first semester. Right?
I don't know.
I mean, I don't know
How many
what
kids are in a
courses.
gym class? Isn't it like 40 kids? 25?
No.
27?
No, in fact, that was one of the concerns that they had. Like, having 28 people in a gym class is too many, they were saying, you know? So the classes that have over 25 are PE fundamentals, 26, health, 28, and exercise walking, 28. So this one teacher has 209 students throughout the year, which is on average 21 kids per class, students per class, which I looked at all of the other classes that all of the other teachers teach, and I think maybe there's one person that has that average class size, but she's, yeah.
So you have a social studies teacher with high numbers.
Yeah, but she's the second highest.
So I appreciate where you're coming from. I understand it, but for similar reasons to before, I can't support it at this point with the budget being what it is.
I know what you're saying. For me, it's the graduation requirements that is driving this, because we're, you know,
Do
we're
we have
turning
any
people
students who are haven't been able to fulfill that PE and health requirement?
Over the 4 years?
Over the 4 years?
We had a halftime one last year, didn't we? We had a halftime teacher last year.
They've met it, and again, you know, it's not the same, but the ELO option, because we have a high
Right.
number of students who participate in co-curricular athletics, and so that PE option is available to them.
Do you know how many kids that need to run during the school day and need a break? I mean, I can see the music part from a special educator perspective. They need to let out their energy, and I also see all of my students who are sitting all day long that need to run around, and they don't want to wait until after school, because by then they're already all over the place. I'm so torn in so many ways.
I understand it's not the same thing, but I can't vote no on a music position addition and then vote yes. I know it's two completely different things, but I think what we talked about was we have to trust the experts and the budget recommendation that was made to us, and difficult decisions have to be made. I think if we wanted to, we could poll the town and have support for probably a dozen more different classes of all sorts of types that students would love and enroll in and enjoy, but we do not have the budget for it. And until there is an actual, I don't want to say structural change because that's not correct, but some sort of shift in mentality in terms of budgeting in this town for education or the state for education, you know, we are dead last in New Hampshire for public education funding, right?
Or 11th
from the state. From the state.
Yeah, from the state.
And we're
the state
11,
pays-
We're like the lowest 11% in the
out
state.
of, we're the 50th state, and then on the state list, which is already low, we're 11th from the bottom. We, it's just, there needs to be a general shift in terms of funding public education, but with the resources we have, again, we have to balance that fiduciary duty, that fiscal responsibility to taxpayers, and I can't, as much as I want to, I can't support.
And I feel like I am bound, that's actually why I'm considering this, because Miss Pearson is going over and above.
ZPN?
Yeah, I'm sorry, sorry, wrong person. Miss ZPN is going over and above, and how long can you sustain that?
Yeah.
You know, I don't know.
Yeah.
She's exceptional.
She is.
Don't
She's
tell her I
fantastic.
said that.
She just heard you.
She's exceptional. But all of our teachers are exceptional, and we have to make really hard choices. And it's troubling. And then we go back to special ed. I mean, I can't.
And I want to make sure that the halftime position is still in the budget for next year.
Yes.
It is.
Yeah, so you have two, I just want to be clear, because
If we can
couldn't
fill
fill the
it,
halftime
right.
this year.
Exactly.
If you look at the sheet that's on the budget committee, I highlighted the 3 sections that we're not offering this spring because we don't have a teacher. So those are to be cut. as I understand it. And then next year, we're back to the halftime position, if we can fill it.
So we're not
So
gonna.
that's the problem. Yeah, right now we just can't fill it.
Right.
And
It's all about benefits.
it's the different person, right?
Because
It's
we've
been a
had
different
young
person every year.
people doing it, and they've been good, and they need benefits.
Is that a .5 position, a
Yeah.
.7?
0.5.
0.5. All right. We ready to vote?
Yep.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstained? 0. This is killing me. I'm with you, Heidi.
I'd encourage everybody who's disappointed with these reductions to come to deliberative, speak your mind, and show up and give support. For it.
Right, yeah.
Agreed.
It's we have to make tough choices, and
And this has nothing to do with the LMS project or anything. This is
No,
just the
this
budget
is
we're working on.
Well, and we do this every year, right? We go through, we make reductions, we see where we can make cuts, and we do.
Well, and I think what's really difficult is you look at, I think it was the lead story in the Union Leader today or yesterday about enrollment is down across the state,
Yep.
and our enrollment's with it, and we have to adapt and make changes based on a lower amount of students that are in our buildings, and they're not popular choices, and they're not fun choices, and I will go home and second guess myself over and over again, but, it's at the
Lose
end of the
sleep over
day,
Yeah, we've all lost sleep over this stuff.
it's really tough to balance all of this, and
Be fiscally responsible to the taxpayers.
I know you haven't given the special education department presentation at the budget committee, but we've received a lot of emails, and there are a lot of people in town who are concerned about the 2 case manager positions that are not included in the FY24 budget. Can you just give an overview of why, and that it's not an arbitrary cut, and what's happening to make that reduction possible?
Having read several emails about this, so first of all, it is not tied to the budget scenario that occurred this year, and I have to be really clear about that. And even, we've gotten email suggestions that in the private sector, we would just increase wages in order to get people in, but we have a collective bargaining agreement. And so I do have more information for the board in non-public relative to our wages and where we stand, but the bottom line is we can't just offer more money to people. There's a process that we have to follow in order to get there. And then we looked at our numbers in terms of case management numbers, and based on that, we feel confident that we can absorb those 2 positions. The one at the middle school is not, it wasn't filled this year because we couldn't find anybody, and the case management numbers with the rest of the staff are reasonable numbers. And at the high school, it's the same scenario. So we are confident that without diminishing services, we will be able to continue with the numbers that we have. And we are gonna have to, the other piece is that Sophia's bringing to the table some different ways to approach the delivery of services. So that's another component that will factor in here.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Anyone else have any comments?
Is it signed?
hasn't even circulated yet.
Oh, we even looked at it.
We
So
haven't
we'll
even
get
looked
there.
at it.
Sorry.
I looked at the summaries that were provided, and I did not have any questions.
So helpful, Doug, those manifest summaries.
We'll crank, we'll get there.
Do we need to stay live until we're done that?
I don't,
Okay.
I don't know, because you could always sign them at
Yeah.
different times as well.
You can come in the
You can
office
come in
and
the
sign
office
them.
and sign them.
Right.
I think we stayed live because if there were questions, but now that you
Right.
are getting the summaries in advance,
Yeah.
I would have had my questions ready.
If there aren't any questions, I think we're okay to go into
Yeah.
non-public and keep going.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what we've done in the past.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Back. The school board will community input, we already did that 1,000 years ago. And we will now enter into a non-public session. The dismissal, promotion, or compensation of any public employee, or the disciplining of such employee, or the investigation of any charges against him, unless the employee affected has a right to a meeting and requests the.
Sorry, can I interrupt you? I'm so sorry. I think we need to, Kurt,
Kurt
forgetting his last name.
Kurt
Schaefer.
Schaefer.
Yep.
I agree.
I think we should all express our condolences to his entire family and thank him for his service to the town. And I'm sorry for interrupting you, but I felt like we needed to say that, and I forgot. Thank you.
Absolutely. We had some funny talks. He grew up in the next town next to me, and we didn't know it till we were standing in line holding our signs one freezing storm. Okay, the dismissal, promotion, or compensation of any public employee, or the disciplining of such employee, or the investigation of any charges against him, unless the employee affected has a right to a meeting and requests that meeting be open, in which case the request shall be granted. The hiring of any person as a public employee, matters which, if discussed in public, would likely adversely affect the reputation of any person other than the member of the body or agency itself, unless such person requests an open meeting.
Yes.
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 Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Happy Thanksgiving.